Okay, so last time on the dev commentary run, we got to. Alright, okay, I'm bad at the intro. I was basically gonna say we got partway through to Ravenholm. Along the way, we've been listening to the devs talk about various topics, anything from like some anecdotes about playtesting, to like technology they developed for the game, and I guess for the source engine in general. Yeah, it's been really interesting so far. Let's continue. Like I said, we're partway through Ravenholm. And, in case you don't know, we are playing with the dev commentary on, but because I bumped the difficulty down to easy because, we literally just played through the game, so I'm kind of just here to breeze through it and listen to the commentary. Oh! I think I went backwards, actually. Where's my saw blade? Where did the saw blade go? What the hell? Oh, boy. There he is. What part of the level? Wait, what? What part of the level was that? Oops. I think I've been here before. Yeah. I'm gonna go with no, I haven't been here before. Considering that... No, I have been here before. Okay. Actually, it might not matter. They're all kind of all linked. Oh my good lord. Yeah. Come on! This is just me failing, by the way. I have been here before. I think. It'll depend if I've hit that node before or not. I have hit that node. I have been here.
Blood toxin detected. Emergency. User dead. Imminent vital signs.
Oh, how did I end up back here? I mean, I'll take it, I guess. I don't know how I ended up back here. Oh, shit. Okay. Does that mean I should go back up to... Am I trying to get that one achievement? I would be, but unfortunately, because I'm playing with the dev commentary on, it disables achievements. So... I'm doing a dev commentary run, but I'm still gonna play the game like I'm not gonna change how I play it. So, I might do a third run where we just do the sections I need to in order to get the achievements. Which, unfortunately, might be the whole game again, because... Like, with, like, the Lambda caches, I don't know which ones I may or may not have gotten. But, yeah, this is supposed to be a dev commentary run. I just need to get to the next node. The problem being, I think I went back on myself, and, I'm back in this section. Or I'm in this section. It's either I'm back in this section or I'm in this section again. No, I swear yeah, I somehow, I went back on myself accidentally. Yeah, I did go backwards, because you're supposed to hit that, and then, yeah, okay. Well, whatever. It means we're supposed to go down. I got turned around and went backwards. Nope, this was... Yeah, there was just head crabs up here. No, you wouldn't think I had literally just played this game from the way I'm acting. It's kind of more like I don't remember... Like, I guess I'm not remembering... I more remember big picture rather than, like, individual... I'm back here again. Why does that loop around? Wait a minute. I guess that means I go this way. That means we go this way? Probably. No, how do I get... What? How would I... I went backwards again. What the fuck? Again, you wouldn't think I just played this section, because I'm getting lost. Like, I just played this game. How am I getting lost again? Is there somewhere else I need to go? But how are you doing today, Achievement Slayer? If I may ask. Okay, you go this way. There's no, like, other way over here, is there? No. You go that way, you hit this. There must be something else in this room, somewhere else I can go. Well, you got down, and down leads to this, which we've already hit. I'm going in a circle now. This door doesn't open, does it? Oh, it does. Okay, never mind me. I got it now. Oh, you bitch! Oh, fuck. I don't I'm assuming throwing ammo at them doesn't do damage. No, it does not. Where'd my fucking saw blade go? I had a saw blade! There it is. Wombo comboed. Okay, well, at least I fucking made it. I'm gonna hope there's another saw blade in the... or something in the next room. There's ammo that I don't want, really, or need. Oh, yeah! Okay.
Final arena. When we finished the first pass over Ravenholm, this rooftop was intended to be the culminating fight. Like other spaces in Ravenholm, it had begun life as a space purely focused on being an interesting visual location. We felt it was important that, as the player left Ravenholm, they had a moment to look back over the town they had just survived and get a glimpse of where they were headed next. Multiple gameplay groups took a shot at building a fight here, but the tight geometry and performance constraints meant we never really created a finale we were happy with. Not unlike the Half-Life saga itself, it seemed as if Ravenholm was destined to not have a real ending.
I'm gonna probably play that again. I wasn't really paying attention, because I was trying to look for my saw blade! Ah, you bitch! Come on! Because I'm gonna need that during the actual fight.
Ah, there you are! At last! I will send the cart for you, brother. It will be but a moment. Patience, brother.
Final arena. When we finished the first pass over Ravenholm, this rooftop was intended to be the culminating fight.
Not
like
the
other spaces
church?
in Ravenholm, it had begun life as a space purely focused on being an interesting visual location. We felt it was important that, as the player left Ravenholm, they had a moment to look back over the town they had just survived and get a glimpse of where they were headed next. Multiple gameplay groups took a shot at building a fight here, but the tight geometry and performance constraints meant we never really created a finale we were happy with. Not unlike the Half-Life saga itself, it seemed as if Ravenholm was destined to not have a real ending.
Lacerations detected.
Ah, bollocks! Oh, shit! Ah, god damn it. Okay.
Guard yourself well.
So, they just... so this was supposed to be the ending, not the church fight? That's interesting.
Major fracture detected.
My ankle! Can I get this up? I could get this up here. If I get it up here, I could fight back a lot better. Oh shit, there's a dude in here. Not anymore, there's not! I gotta go up the stairs. Oh, fucking Christ! Okay, he's dead. But where did the blade go? Did it go up? Did it get bounced upstairs? No. Is it already here? That'd be hilarious. Did I avoid the whole fight? No, I didn't.
There, brother.
Oh my god. Okay. I mean, I basically avoided the whole fight.
No, brother, step into the cart. The handbrake, brother. Release it and come down.
I find that interesting that the rooftop was supposed to be the ending and not the church itself. Unless they consider the church separate from the rest of the town.
Greetings, brother. And so we meet at last. You are to be commended for avoiding my traps. The work of a man who once had too much time on his hands and now finds time for nothing but the work of salvation. I suspect you have little wish to remain in Ravenholm, so I will show you to the mines. As for me, a shepherd must tend to his flock, especially when they have grown unruly.
You know, it's kind
Follow
of
me, brother, and tread lightly.
it's kind of a shame
Is hallowed ground.
that we don't see Father Grigori again. He was supposed to have been in
Over here, brother.
a spin-off game that was being developed by
Over here, brother.
Arcane. You know, the makers of Dishonored. But that game, it got canceled. But I've seen the documentary about it. It was really interesting.
Response rules. We knew early on that we wanted a lot of dynamic dialogue in-game, so we needed a system to handle it effectively. We aimed for a system that allowed sound designers to add and tweak lines without involving programmers, made the dialogue tightly responsive to the game's state, and minimized repetition. With these requirements, we created the response rules system. Whenever a character speaks outside of a choreographed scene, this system determines which line to deliver. Rather than picking up lines directly, character AI is constantly flagging opportunities for speech whenever a relevant event happens. Spotting the player, getting hurt, firing a last round in a gun, encountering overwhelming enemies, and so on. With each opportunity, it sends the response rules system a packet of data about the game's current state, and the system returns the most fitting dialogue line, if there is any. This setup allowed our sound designers to create a detailed decision matrix for dialogue. For example, a character might have a different set of lines for announcing a reload while under fire versus after the end of a fight, or if only one ally is left standing, or if there's a strider in sight, etc. By the time we shipped Half-Life 2, we felt we'd only scratched the surface of this system's potential. It became a core feature of Episode 1's Alex, and went on to power the dynamic dialogue in our later games, including TF2's classes and the cast of Left 4 Dead.
Your assistance, brother.
I'm working on it. I gotta brick them. I also gotta listen to this node. Oh, god damn it. Am I not gonna be able to hear that one? That's unacceptable to me.
Where art thou, brother?
I'm pissed off at you for pushing me over. Hold on.
Cover me, brother.
I could get over that in a bit here. I know what I can do. I just need a barrel. I have to at least touch it. I don't need to do much. I just need to be able to jump up and grab it.
The real final arena.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Very late in the development of Half-Life 2, when we were reviewing the entire game for final improvement opportunities, we decided we did, in fact, want a real finale for Ravenholm.
That's
the
what I
rooftop fight wasn't enough.
Yeah, because it's not really
After
a
some
fight.
discussion, we chose to add this final fight through the graveyard with Grigori alongside the player. It was risky, development-wise, but we felt the game needed it. Since we were near the end of production, we had a mature set of gameplay tools to work with, but even more importantly, by this point, we understood our own game.
Ah, damn it.
Making a game is often a process of learning what it is you're actually creating. Why is our game fun? How is it different? What are the most important elements? As we built the game and watched playtesters go through it, we learned answers to those questions and, in turn, got better at making it. So the graveyard came together quickly and required far less iteration than many
Yeah, I would
earlier
imagine
areas
so,
of the game.
because by this point in development, they already knew what made the Ravenholm section fun. So they're like, okay, well, we'll just do more of that. How does this... I was about to say, when does this fire stop?
Follow me. Quickly, brother.
I need more bricks.
Rest, my child.
Or a saw blade, that'll work too. There we go.
Help me, brother.
I'm working on it. Where did it? Oh, fucking hell. Did they just infinitely spawn? I think they might. There we go. Oh, falling hell. You doing okay there, father? No, you're not. Now you are. Kind of. Maybe. Oh my god. Oh, hell.
Toxin levels decreased.
Hold me tightly, child.
Shoot him! There we go. Are you gonna activate the thing? Because I don't think I can do that. Can I do that? No, you have to do it.
Hurry while I hold the gate.
Okay.
Farewell, brother. I fear I deliver you to a darker place. May the light of lights illuminate your path.
Yeah, I was about to say it.
To your own salvation.
Yeah, I was about to say, I guess the rooftop was the original end, but then they're like, that's not really an ending, because it wasn't. And then they made the church, because the rooftop was really not an ending at all. I wonder if there's a note about the mines at all. Oh, there is!
The complex route the player takes to safely navigate this mine shaft gives them plenty of time to see what's waiting for them at the bottom. And surprise, it's headcrabs. Honestly, it's often headcrabs. But in this case, it's poison headcrabs, which are fun by themselves, but a real riot when you add fast headcrabs into the mix. These two guys make a great combination. Neither is particularly dangerous on its own, but together they're incredibly lethal.
Oh, gee,
Once
thanks.
poisoned, a single hit from a fast headcrab is enough to kill the player. And this is what biologists call symbiosis. At least that's what we think.
At least that's what we think they'd say. Oh, my bones! Oh, hell.
Fracture detected.
Okay.
Administered.
Up here's kind of safe, I think. Going left takes you to where you're supposed to go. Up, I need to jump there. Okay. I want the loot that's in the... Especially because I'm about to, take a lot of fucking damage here. Probably. Oh, you cheeky bugger.
Detected emergency. User death imminent. Vital signs are dropping.
Oh, fuck. Really? I'm about to die. There we go. Maybe this time I won't, fall to my death. I'll stay up on that raised platform. That'd be nice. Boy, wouldn't that be swell?
The complex route the player takes to safely navigate this mineshaft gives them plenty of time to see what's waiting for them at the bottom. And surprise, it's headcrabs. Honestly, it's often headcrabs. But in this case, it's poison headcrabs, which are fun by themselves, but a real riot when you add fast headcrabs into the mix. These two guys make a great combination. Neither is particularly dangerous on its own, but together they're incredibly lethal. Once poisoned, a single hit from a fast headcrab is enough to kill the player. And this is what biologists call symbiosis. At least that's what we think.
So you still take fall damage, but you don't take enemy damage when you're in a commentary node. That's interesting.
The complex route the player takes to safely navigate this mineshaft gives them plenty of time to see what's waiting for them at the bottom. And surprise, it's headcrabs. Honestly, it's often headcrabs. But in this case, it's poison headcrabs, which are fun by themselves, but a real riot when you add fast headcrabs into the mix. These two guys make a great combination. Neither is particularly dangerous on its own, but together they're incredibly lethal. Once poisoned, a single hit from a fast headcrab is enough to kill the player. And this is what biologists call symbiosis. At least that's what we think.
I lost my saw blade. How did I do that? Alright, fine. There it is. Come on, buddy. There we go. That's gonna hurt a lot.
Fracture detected. Automatic medical engaged. Morphine administered.
Get out of my face! God damn it!
User death imminent. Seek medical attention.
Anyone see my saw blade? There it is. I didn't need that loot anyway. Did you eat that saw blade? Oh, there it is. I think you just continue, right? You don't... I think just going up there is for, like, a Lambda cache, which I believe I've gotten that one before, but I'm not going to worry about it, because it's not like I can get the achievement. It's not tracking any of the achievements, so... Now we just go from point to point. Let this guy do all the work. I would imagine there's got to be a node here. I thought so.
Sniper Alley. This section of Game Track was added late in development, after we moved Eli's lab and Ravenholm to come before Coast. While you might think that we build the game linearly, we actually split up into 3 different groups and worked in parallel on different sections, starting mostly in the middle of the game. Each group's first pass focused on nailing down the core of their section before they moved on. And then once we had a rough version of the whole game laid out, we went back over each section to polish it, adding successful elements from other areas and removing what wasn't working. In some cases, such as in Ravenholm, entire sections were moved. And then, after Ravenholm was relocated, we needed a new piece to connect it to the coast, which is the area you're entering now. Given the time constraints, this short section was built using existing, proven gameplay elements, like snipers and combine soldiers.
But at this point, we haven't been... I don't think we've been introduced to snipers yet. So, is this... Unless we did and I don't remember. I think at this point I can stop using a gun. I mean, I could start using a gun. It's kind of hard to be sure. Like, does it only count inside Ravenholm, or would it count until the end of this chapter? This is part of the problem I had initially, too. When I played in my first playthrough, I wasn't sure when it was supposed to unlock. Oh, fudge.
Half-Life 2's physics gave us a variety of tools to make combat more exciting. For instance, when enemies miss the player, we subtly redirect their shots toward breakable objects nearby, adding mayhem and creating that action movie feel. We also employed physics to add hints. We created what we called ragdoll magnets across the game to make enemy corpses fall in interesting and dramatic ways, such as off ledges or into the path of a train.
Interesting. I need to move. Hello, UI! How are you doing? What do you mean, what the heck? Do I have a grenade? I would, but again, I don't know if I can... You're here for that ass. I don't know about that.
Snipers. The Half-Life 2 team was never very large, so we were always looking for ways to create new gameplay without high asset production costs. The sniper is a great example. It has no actual model,
Oh,
just
really?
a laser beam, so it required no art or animation support. When it dies, it simply spawns a Combine Soldier ragdoll and launches it out the window. Despite that simplicity, we got a lot of unique gameplay from it. We were especially happy with how it interacted with the physics objects in the game world. Players are used to exploiting explosive objects near enemies, so it felt fitting to have an enemy that flipped that dynamic when the player was in cover.
That's very interesting that it doesn't even have a model. Oh, like that. Okay, I see. And I think the point is you're supposed to, like, flip a grenade up into it. But I don't know. I mean, for this one, it wouldn't matter, because I'm not going to get the achievement regardless. But is it only inside Ravenholm, or is it until the end of this chapter? Yeah.
Loss detected.
Ow! I don't know why I thought that would go through the grate. Eat my ass. I'm hurt.
Patch him up and get him to the back as soon as he's stable. Gordon Freeman. It's
in the
incredible.
hazard suit.
We've been getting communications from Alex. I'll see if I can reach her again. Follow me.
Was there any nodes out here? Now that I'm thinking about it? Probably not. Yeah, just the one about the sniper waiting development, I guess.
Over here, Dr. Freeman.
That would hurt.
Over here, Dr. Freeman.
Uh-huh.
It's Leon. We're all clear. And I've got Gordon Freeman.
Dr. Freeman, you're kidding. Look, I've been on the line with Alex. Her father's been captured.
Over here, Dr. Freeman.
Eli Vance is indispensable to the liberation.
Alex, it's Leon.
Coast kickoff. This interstitial scene came along late in development to connect Ravenholm to Coast. Noticing a trend? Quite a bit of the connective tissue in our games comes together late. In this case, that meant cutting corners wherever possible. We didn't even have time to animate Alex on the monitor. These kinds of scenes are always a challenge to make interesting, and we didn't succeed with this one. It's a good example of what happens when NPCs are treated like signposts without adding character to them or the scene. The result is a forgettable moment where the game's seams show. But that's the nature of development. You only have so much time, and you have to decide where to spend it. Kleiner's lab and Eli's lab were much more important, so that's where we focus.
Oh, hello, Suika. How are you doing as well?
Good timing.
Yeah, this
okay, Alex,
scene is kind of forgettable.
Thanks, Leon. Gordon, I haven't driven the coast in over a year, but I have no reason to think it's gotten any safer. Meet me in the depot where the trains unload. Take care of yourself, and I'll see you in Nova Prospect. Bye for now.
Bye, Alex. Okay, Doc. Before you hit the road, you might want to grab some med kits, restock on ammo, maybe check the map, see where you're headed. There's an ammo supply crate on the back of the car, if that's any comfort.
Well, I think it was
submachine
gun ammo.
We'll stand a fair chance against the antlions. I'll radio ahead to let the next base know you're coming.
Hello, Dr. Freeman. The car's all ready for you.
Buggy model. The Buggy's model went through many iterations before reaching its final version. We cycled through designs that satisfied both our artistic and physics simulation needs, but then hit an unexpected issue. Many playtesters, even experienced FPS players, were getting motion sick while driving it. Along with some simulation tweaks, we discovered that altering the Buggy model helped. The more the model obscured the world, the worse the motion sickness became.
Interesting. I
so
wonder
we began
why.
stripping away parts of the model, removing more and more of the body until players stopped feeling sick. In particular, being able to see the ground through the missing undercarriage made a noticeable difference.
I wonder what it used to look like.
Buggy introduction. We wanted something more engaging for the Buggy's introduction than just having the player hop in and drive away. The crane helped with that. Crucially, we needed players to learn how to recover the Buggy when it flips over, and this sequence forced them into that situation. Training under pressure is always tricky. We wanted to emphasize the antlion infestation as the reason to stay inside the Buggy. So we kept the antlion threat active and provided a couple of citizens on mounted guns for support. A small bonus, players also get the experience of being lifted by the crane just before they'll get to operate one.
Oh yeah, that happens later, the crane.
The car's ready for you now, Dr. Freeman. Good, here we go.
So yeah, how much of the model used to be in view before? I wonder. Whee!
Embankment's failing. Hold on. Sorry, Doc.
Buggy training course. This training section was designed to let the player play around with her buggy. At the time Half-Life 2 was released, this level of physical simulation in the vehicle was novel, so we wanted to give players ample opportunity to experiment with it. The player has also just left the tight confines of Ravenholm, and we liked giving him the contrast and reward of being able to move quickly through a large space, feeling safe inside a vehicle. We made sure to require a turbo jump to get out of this area, which doubled as a test to make sure they'd reached a level of comfort in their driving, and also ensured that they didn't leave their buggy behind.
Oh, yeah. That would suck if you just left the buggy behind. Where's the jump? I forget where the jump was. It's probably... Oh, it's over here. Yeah, okay. I see. Oh, is it here? No, okay. It must have been where I said it was. I'm just... Oh my god, okay. Oh, it's here. Oh.
Buggy physics. The physics for a buggy took a lot of trial and error. We wanted it to feel fast, even though its top speed was only about 35 miles an hour.
Really?
So
it's only that fast?
To make it work. We added extra vertical force to the turbo jump and a bit of kick to the rear when using the handbrake to power slide. Without those, the low speed meant the buggy just wasn't fun to drive. On top of that, the world was full of unpredictable physics system-driven chaos. Players were bound to drive the buggy into all kinds of collisions, so we had to make sure that they could always get out. This took a lot of experimenting and playtesting. In the end, we settled on a pretty goofy, unrealistic simulation that made the buggy more forgiving and harder to flip. Its center of gravity is super low, and the wheels, while they look like they turn a lot, actually don't. It was our first attempt at a physically simulated vehicle, and we learned a ton from it. Thanks to that, we were able to make the muscle car in Episode 2 much easier to drive.
I don't think the muscle... In my opinion, I didn't think the muscle car was really any easier to drive. Wait, why can't I go that way again? Oh, the road is out. Also, that would be doubling back to where we were. Ow! Let's try that again. I'm kind of just obsessed with finding nodes. That's kind of my problem.
Transition tunnels. Building the coast required us to develop a way to handle level transitions. To move from one level to another, we need to save everything in the transition space as the player leaves the first level and restore it in the next level after loading. Critically, we also have to save and restore everything visible to the player in the transition area.
Ah, interesting.
Even if it lies outside the space itself. For this reason, we aim to keep transition spaces as small and enclosed as possible. In most of the game, a small room works well for this purpose, but on the coast, we needed a different solution. After some experimentation, we settled on dark tunnels. Besides
Tunnels
being
are
reusable
small and enclosed,
in a believable
usually.
way, the tunnels allowed us to add a bright light flare at the end to mask the fact that we can't render what's ahead of the player because it exists in an entirely different level.
That's a good trick, actually.
Buggy sound engine. The audio for the Buggy was challenging because we wanted it to feel like a really powerful vehicle that's driving along at super high speed, even though the maps aren't really big enough to support that. And the Buggy doesn't really leave first gear, and it has a top speed of maybe 35 miles an hour. Now, in our defense, 35 miles an hour is still pretty fast, especially back in 2004. In addition to the speed, the driving inputs are really simple. So with a keyboard as your target input device, the player's controls are basically binary. So the Buggy's either accelerating or not accelerating.
Yeah.
It's turning fully in one direction or not. So essentially, we need to create all this audio complexity to represent a simulation where the complexity doesn't actually exist. So we build a fake engine for the Buggy's audio. It's got its own transmission, and we combine the player's inputs with data from the physics simulation. We measure the torque on each simulated wheel, whether it's spinning or making contact, and we create a set of looping sounds and then carefully blend between them as the fake engine shifts gears in response to the wheel data. And we just basically kept trying different things. We added more complexity. We did some fine-tuning until the Buggy just feels more fun and sort of rewards you for that feeling of going fast. And most players, they don't really comment on it other than saying the Buggy sounds good. And to us, that's the success, given the amount of craziness that was going on under the hood.
I didn't realize that they were doing that much work just to make the Buggy sound like... That's what this is why I like listening to the commentary, because like they're putting a lot of effort into little things that make it seem more real. Yeah, listen, you can hear it shifting into gears even though it's not actually shifting into gear.
Dumpers. Whenever possible, there's a lot of value in players feeling like they've figured something out on their own. It makes the world feel more alive, rather than just a series of gameplay elements lined up for the player. If we can accept the risk that some percentage of players might miss an element entirely, we can take a more subtle approach. We took this approach with Thumpers, designing setups that players are likely to encounter but aren't forced to engage with. There are plenty of visual and audio cues as well as inline reactions to help the player understand what's happening. It doesn't guarantee all players will figure it out, but playtesting showed that most did.
I'm assuming what the point is here is that they don't like the seismic activity. Also, hello Beam of Love, how are you doing today? You have to grab some dinner? Alright, Suika, thanks for stopping in. Enjoy your dinner.
Antlions. With the player driving the Buggy throughout the coast, we needed a pervasive enemy that could justifiably appear anywhere and act as a constant threat to keep the player in or near their Buggy. Antlions spawning from the sand were the perfect solution. Their high mobility allowed them to keep up with the Buggy for short bursts, unlike our humanoid enemies. Plus, they were very satisfying to run over.
They are pretty satisfying to run over, that's true. They're not wrong there.
Coast. We wanted a wide open section of the game for the Buggy, but we still needed a way to constrain the player's movement. Choosing a coastline gave us a natural boundary along one side of the map while still feeling open and expansive. It also helped visualize the effects of the Combine's extraction of Earth's resources. Playtesters still tried to swim out to sea, so we added leeches to deter them. The leeches couldn't be a real avoidable enemy the players felt they could fight, so they're a bit magical. Players generally understood that they were pushing the game's boundaries, so we didn't overdevelop them.
Oh, so they probably don't actually exist until they're killing you?
Grenade House. A lot of a Half-Life game is about giving players slightly novel combat experiences around each corner, even if they're just small tweaks on previous ones. They don't all have to be skill-based challenges. Sometimes they can just be fun moments where the player gets to enjoy themselves. This Grenade House is one of those moments, with the twist being that we've inverted the usual setup. Instead of letting the player drop grenades on enemies below, we've put the enemies above. The unlimited grenade box is a somewhat clumsy way to encourage players to engage with the scenario, but its invulnerability also ensures the players can still climb up to the floor above, even if they've blown up everything else.
Oh, do I literally have to get the box out of the way? It's kind of funny. Tired and hungry? Yeah. I feel that. I killed that guy good. He dead. He's... I think, well, fuck. No, you... God damn it. Oh, how are you supposed to deal with this now? It just falls back into the water, no matter what I do. At least the antlions die in water. They can't swim, apparently. There we go. Is the lesson we're supposed to learn here is that the water was higher or like deeper, like the oceans are receding? Maybe don't park the car there. Maybe pull it in a bit. Then hit the node.
Antlion design. In some of the earliest design work for the game, we had plans for multiple core alien races, with the Combine being just one of them. One of the other races was a religious insectoid species, and antlions were part of that. Later, as we developed Coast, we started viewing them more as pests that came through the Zen portals, along with headcrabs and other creatures.
Ah!
While they aren't actually from Zen, they infest the corners of any world they enter, a lot like cockroaches.
I wonder why they drop. Probably they just were like, we can't have so many different elements in this game. We have to simplify it. So they probably cut the. If you recall, the Combine are harvesting the oceans for water. Interesting. So the oceans are receding, but it's because of the Combine. Hello, Zeha.
Buggy sound design. The sound design for the buggy was based on samples from an old 1968 Camaro. And we chose that car because they have these amazing V8 engines with just huge pistons. And there's not really another sound like it. It has this sort of gutsy, visceral sound that we were looking for. The transmission also has this really wonderful mechanical whine when it stops accelerating. And that combination felt really responsive within this basically binary input system that we had to work with. So the fake engine transmission wasn't modeled after a real-world car. Instead, it was just designed as a simple system to reward the player for holding down the accelerator. So it's like a looping escalator that produces a rising tone, constantly building tension and shifting gears whenever the tone needs to restart. And since the player would quickly run out of space in our relatively small maps, the goal was just to make accelerating fun for a short period of time.
That's funny, they took a Camaro. Yeah, there's missiles and there's a grenade in here that you could blast over there. Did I just get physicsed by the door? Hey, Kirby. I mean, it wasn't really that early. I mean, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I just got doored. I just got physicsed in the face. Can I not actually get in this building? Oh, you can.
Open world loot. The openness of Coast introduced a new problem for us in how we distributed item rewards. In a Half-Life game, we typically reward players for exploring. If you see the way forward but notice something off to the side, there's probably something useful if you take the time to search. When we first started playtesting our Coast maps, we tucked rewards away in the corners of the outdoor areas. However, this led to a worse experience with the buggy. The wide open spaces meant there were always lots of small areas that looked like they might contain something, and players kept stopping and getting out of the buggy to search. It became tedious and interrupted the fun of the level. So, we removed those scattered rewards. But this raised a new problem. How do we tell the player when it's worth getting out of the buggy? After some thought, we established a rule. Any kind of human construction would always come with gameplay content and exploration rewards, while purely natural areas would be left empty. We couldn't tell players this directly, but it aligned well with their natural assumptions, and we reinforced it consistently with areas like this.
They say that, but the boats don't have anything interesting in them.
Buggy birds. In one memorable Coast playtest, a player returned to their vehicle after exploring a house and happened to see a bird flying past. They yelled at the bird, telling it to stay away from their buggy, complaining that birds often foul up their cars in real life. In our post-playtest discussion, we realized that this was the first time we'd had objects separate from the player that the player actually cared about. We saw it as an opportunity to explore, so we built a system to deliver the moment that playtesters feared. When the player leaves their buggy alone for a while and is out of sight, we spawn a seagull at a random location on the vehicle frame. As time goes on, the seagull spawns poop decals on the car body beneath it. and continues until the player returns.
Okay.
At which point it flies away. Naturally, playtesters wanted to be able to clean their vehicle, so we added the ability to wash the car by driving it into shallow water. It was late enough in development that we already had the tech for all of this, so the feature was quick to implement. It's one of those cases where we know only a small percentage of players will discover it. But if we can implement these kind of details efficiently and have enough of them, most players will encounter at least one.
Does that mean my buggy's now covered in shit? Because I've been gone for a while now at this point. How covered in shit are you? Oh, there was a bird on it! How? Oh, there's some poop near it. That looks like poop on the ground. I swear, it is little details like this that just makes this like a masterclass of a game. It's just, I mean, yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, it wasn't to troll a single playtester. It was because of a playtester that they put that feature in. So, like, I don't think it was necessarily to troll them. But, like, it's... I just appreciate that so much more. Oh yeah, you said boats are natural? Yeah, sure, right? I mean, clearly they must be. They don't have any rewards in them.
In Half-Life 1, we discovered we could get a lot of value from scenarios where different AI enemies fight each other. It's fun for players to watch them engage, and it's much easier to observe.
Infighting is fun to watch.
This first encounter between antlions and combine soldiers is designed to be a fun opportunity to ram something with the buggy, but it also serves to highlight the thumper. By seeing the soldiers use the thumper to hold off antlions, we hope more players would come to understand its purpose. We liked how the soldiers demonstrated the value of staying near the thumper while engaging with the antlions.
And then I kind of came in and started blasting, so... Yeah, exactly, Achievement Slayer. Infighting is a lot of time the best tactic. Because it lets... you let the two enemies fight each other, and then you just pick off whoever's left at the end. It's great. It works in Doom, it works here in Half-Life. Now get this hat. Yeah, can someone help Achievement Slayer out with that, please? Thank you. It's terrible in RPGs. Yeah, that's true, because if you're not killing the enemies, you don't get experience points. That's true, but in shooters it's good to do. Like, it's a good idea in shooters to do it. I don't think you can get on this area, if I recall. Oh no, you loop back up here, right? Oh wait, this is NLO, right? Right? Ooh, my face. That's the end of the level, right? Yeah, basically.
Gordon Freeman. Hurry, get in the basement. We're expecting gunships at any moment. Colonel Cubbage will be glad to see you made it.
I don't need to heal yet. I'm assuming we're gonna talk. There's gonna be a note about the gunship. There has to be here. This is where it's introduced. I mean, it's not where it's introduced, but it's where it's introduced that you're gonna fight it, and that you can fight it.
This steerable rocket launcher is our best bet for taking down...
Oh, there's a note over here. What?
Combine gunship. The gunship was an interesting problem. We had a helicopter flight model already and didn't really have time to build something completely new. So we tuned the helicopter's flight model until it felt different enough, and then derived the gunship's organic animation state from the values coming out of that simulation. We also tried to keep it as truthful as possible. For example, there's a limit as how much it can turn its head to aim its cannon, and if it needs to aim beyond that, it has to alter its flight path to bring the cannon around to bear. It's not allowed to just cheat.
Good.
The other key feature is its engine sound. We have sound spatialization, so the player can tell roughly where it is, but the gunship is a fast-moving object, and it's up in the air, away from any nearby reference points. As a result, it can be hard to tell exactly how far away it is and how fast it's moving. To fix that, we added a Doppler effect to the engine sound, pitch shifting it based on the gunship's velocity relative to you. It's a subtle effect, but it's extremely effective at subconsciously helping you perceive the gunship's location and direction, critical information letting you know that you're being hunted.
That would happen in real life too, probably, like a Doppler effect anyway, so it's realistic.
Flying vehicle audio. The large flying enemies in the game present a unique audio challenge. During combat, they're much more mobile than other enemies, and they often move a significant distance away from the player. They're also really dangerous if they have line of sight.
Yeah, they are.
So these factors led us to focus on an audio solution specifically around occlusion. In other words, when you can see the enemy and when the enemy can see you. And we wanted to make a clear audio distinction between when they have that line of sight. So the flying vehicle engine sounds are made up of multiple looping sounds that we play simultaneously. And some of those loops are processed by the DSP system based on the space you're in, while others are played directly and unprocessed. So the DSP system adds more of an environment echoing effect when we run sound through that system. So when the flying object is occluded behind something, it can't see you, we increase the percentage of loops that go through the DSP processing, and it sounds like that object is a little more distant. And then when that enemy emerges from behind an object and it can see you, we play more of the direct sound. So that overall just gives you a sense that the sound is either distant and directionless or more directly in your line of sight. And you can sort of hear it when a helicopter emerges from behind a building. Ideally, you can really hear that difference.
Aha!
Odessa Cubbage. Odessa Cubbage is an example of the kind of cameo character we found works well. He's an entertaining guy with some entertaining details living inside his own little bubble. Since he doesn't leave his scenario, he's free to be exaggerated enough to stand out. We started with his model, which was repurposed from a cut section of the game.
The Borealis section.
The title of a spam email we received. The model was originally a Norwegian fisherman, and it didn't quite fit as an Englishman, so we slapped a mustache on him, and in that moment, Odessa's character was born. He's ultimately a charlatan, with everything about him being fake. His accent, his mustache, everything.
Everything's
he would
fake.
never put himself in danger, making him the perfect person to hand
Yeah.
Gordon the RPG.
He's a charlatan. Everything about him is fake. Gordon is the one who, takes out the gunship, but then at the end, Odessa takes all the credit for it. He doesn't mention Gordon at all, as we learn later in the game.
Laser-guided RPG. The laser guidance feature of the RPG was a huge headache for us because it was difficult to teach. Many playtesters would fire the RPG and then immediately duck behind cover, which meant they didn't see the rocket's flight path. Even worse, they didn't realize the rocket was now turning around to fly back at
Well,
them.
that would suck.
We tried various HUD elements and laser dot indicators to help, but found that most players overlooked them, focusing on the enemy instead. We made as many small improvements as we could, like emphasizing the feature in Odessa's speech and enhancing the audio and visuals around how the gunship shoots down direct RPG shots. While these changes helped some players grasp the feature, we never reached a point where we felt confident that almost everyone understood it. We even considered cutting the feature entirely.
Oh,
but
don't do
gunship
that.
Combat without it was much less interesting.
Yeah, I
The laser
agree.
guidance forced the player to keep the gunship in sight while the rocket was in flight, but that also meant the gunship had line of sight back, creating a tension we loved.
It's a good tension, actually.
Colonel Odessa Cubbage at your service.
It's a good thing that the game waits until I grab the rocket to actually start. There's another lie of his. Because he never leaves, because he can never get in contact with Lighthouse Point.
Take some ammo.
Is this still going? Where the fuck is my rocket? It hadn't blown up yet? Wow, that's so much easier on easy.
Get going, Dr. Freeman. We know Eli Vance is depending on you.
My god, is that easier on easy. Holy crap, it only took 3 rockets. Now kill the charlatan! I don't know if you can. I think you would get in trouble if you tried.
That's that. I gather you've disposed of that gunship, Dr. Freeman. Your reputation, sir, is well deserved. I shall have someone open the gate for you immediately so that you can drive on. I understand that Dr. Vance is in great need. Use extreme
I also
caution when
can't shoot
approaching
him
the bridge.
because
Radio
Gordon
silence
aims the
from that
gun away
outpost
from him.
leads me to believe it has come under Combine control. Still, you're clearly the right man for the job. You'll make it through if anyone can. Farewell.
I mean,
And
I
please
could
tell
probably
Dr.
kill him
Vance
with
that Colonel
splash
Covered regrets
damage.
not having been
Yeah.
able to rescue him in person.
Yeah, I could probably kill him with
Freeman
splash
must
damage.
now hurry on. The Eli Vance is held in distress.
I mean, we could
most
try it.
dire.
What
Their
happens?
reason for delay.
Oh, he doesn't.
To Lighthouse Point. NLO to Lighthouse Point. Come in.
Oh man, he doesn't react at all. Man is immortal. He is a god.
NLO to Lighthouse Point. NLO to Lighthouse Point. Come in.
I'm not gonna waste the ammo.
For delay.
Is there suit energy over here? No, it's just health. Is there any suit energy left at all anywhere? Or I tried. The dude is immortal. He literally can't be hit. Splash damage does not even phase him.
NLO to Lighthouse Point. NLO to Lighthouse Point. Come in. This is Colonel.
What would you use grenades for if you somehow ran out of rockets? If you ran out of rockets in this section, I think you'd be screwed.
NLO to Lighthouse Point. NLO to Lighthouse Point. Come in.
There's no suit energy here whatsoever? Alright, fine. Oh, is he gonna shoot me? I guess he heard me complaining about the lack of suit energy.
Drive safely.
Alright, let's continue. Oh, hey. Does this not count as rock?
D2 Coast 04. This map was actually the first area of coast that we built.
Oh,
before
interesting.
The crane and other elements existed. The drained seabed and rusted ships were some of the earliest pieces of art direction we developed. Years later, we showcased the map in our 2003 E3 demonstration, though much of the gameplay was still being figured out at the time. As a result, when we began building out the entire coast section, that demonstration became a useful vision for us to work toward.
They actually uploaded the E3 showcase to their YouTube when the anniversary happened. They did it at the same time when they had the documentary. They also uploaded a showcase they made back in 2000? Like, really early on in development. And then they also uploaded a showcase they were going to show at E3 2002, but they canceled their appearance because, if I recall, I read about this. When they showed when they showed the showcase levels and stuff to Gabe to get like his opinion on it, he found it to be uninteresting and like not ready for showing. So he decided, hey, we're not gonna go do a showcase this year. Keep working on the game, and so they did. And that's what led to the E3 2003 showcase.
Audio over distance. The large-scale spaces in the coast maps led us to seek an audio solution for how sound changes over distance. So for instance, in these maps, an enemy can be well over 100 yards away, and their gun should sound different at that range than when it's up close. We decided to store our sounds in a single stereo file with the near sound in the left channel and the far sound in the right channel.
Interesting.
And then during playback, we crossfade, or we change the proportion of sound you hear between those two channels based on the player's distance from the sound. And it was a simple solution that worked well. It helped us with memory constraints. You can easily hear it in action. Just listen to how a Combine soldier's gunshots change as you drive towards them.
Yep. Let me just flail wildly and point my gun in vaguely the right direction. Oh, this is the crane section that they were talking about. Right.
We wanted the buggy to be more than just a means of travel, so we decided to attach a gun to it. We chose the Tower Cannon, a Half-Life 1 weapon we liked but hadn't found a place for it in Half-Life 2. The Tower Cannon can shoot through walls, which makes it tricky for level design, so we limited it to the coast section. Once you introduce wall-penetrating weapons, level design becomes much tougher. Furthermore, we mounted an ammunition crate on the back of the buggy, giving the player unlimited SMG ammo throughout coast. This was especially helpful for playtesters who struggled with the infinite antlions spawning from the sand.
Oh, it's like, who's shooting at me? Bad guy. I have to imagine that there's not a note about I was about to say there should be a note about the crane.
Crane. The crane took a lot of fine-tuning to get right. Something that needed to generate so much physical force was always risky, given the limitations of our rigid body physics and destruction technology. For example, the magnet was never going to fully meet player expectations for something with that much mass. But because the crane was stationary, we could carefully choose everything within its range and fine-tune as needed. Fortunately, most players didn't seem to notice its rougher edges, likely because of the sheer novelty of interacting with something like it in a vaguely realistic physics environment.
Oh, I was about to be like, am I gonna miss? That would suck immensely. I'll pick that up in a second. We're gonna have some fun with the shipping crates here. It's not really like, why did those barrels blow up? But it probably has to do with, you know, being flung at a high force, and that's just how the game is programmed. Probably knock this over, shouldn't I? Oh, so close, almost hit it. There we go. I don't think I need to do that, But... Oh no, I did need to do that so I could walk over there. Right. I did need to do that. I'm gonna save again because the last time we got on the car, it crashed. That was in the initial playthrough. I don't know how it crashed, but it crashed. Do I need to... I do need to... I think I need to come in here and open this door, right? Yeah, that's what it was. I don't know why it randomly crashed that one time in the initial playthrough.
Ramming with the buggy.
It is
Our
fun.
physics system is based on rigid bodies, which means it doesn't support any deformation or destruction of objects. If a physical object is hit by something, it can move if allowed, but otherwise nothing happens. So, when you drive the buggy through a glass window, we have to employ some trickery to make things work as expected. Because the window is fixed in place, the physics simulation will actually bounce the buggy off the window. But it does notify our game system that a collision occurred. The game system handles destruction, so it breaks the window into glass shards and tells the physics system to start simulating them. Crucially, the game system also tells the physics system to restore the buggy's state to where it was before the collision. This ensures that the next time physics is simulating, the buggy will drive freely through the now destroyed window. This process does produce a one-frame hitch in the buggy's physics, as it briefly stops and is teleported back to the instant before the impact. We're sorry if knowing this has made Half-Life 2 totally unplayable.
I don't think
But
I've
after watching
noticed
play
that
tests at
ever.
the time, we decided
Now that
we actually liked the momentary
I'll
hitch.
probably notice
added
it
to
now
the
that
sense
he's
of impact.
mentioned it. Now that he's mentioned it, I will probably notice it when we crash through this window. My immersion is ruined. I didn't even notice it. I didn't even notice. Maybe it was more pronounced back in like 2004 when the computers weren't as powerful. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm thinking. Too much FPS. So one frame is not really that noticeable. Ooh, hey, loot. Up, da 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 da. I feel like I should have hit that, but you know what? I'll. Unless that.
Opportunistic moments. Some memorable moments in the game come from the interactions of multiple game systems, but sometimes we realize these moments are likely to happen only rarely. When that's the case, we often wish more players would experience them. There's a tension here. The more our
Ah!
players will encounter something,
Okay, well.
the more effort we can put into it. But if it feels
Ah,
too
here we go.
artificial, the moment can come across as forced, and players may not respond as positively. The gunship cinematic death is an example where we nudge things a bit, trying to increase the chances of a memorable moment without being too obvious. The design of this area and the gunship's flight path make it likely that the player and the gunship are in the right spots when it dies. If they are, we trigger the gunship's crash into the cars. If not, it dies in the usual way. It's totally gamey, but playtesters didn't seem to mind when the moment played out well.
Yeah, but now he's kind of in the way. How do I deal with this? I guess I can shoot the cars out of the way, make a path. There we go. I'm just scanning to make sure I didn't miss any nodes over there. I probably didn't, because the gunship would distract you from it. So it would be kind of weird if they put a node over there that you would probably most likely miss because of the gunship. I'm amazed there was no suit energy in that. I guess the game was like, oh, you're doing alright, you don't really need suit energy. It's like, I don't really need health either, but okay. Ah, the roller mine section. Oh, boy.
Roller mines. Roller mines were created to fill the need for an enemy that could threaten players while driving the buggy. Since the player in the buggy was essentially a fully physically simulated entity, we thought it would be interesting to also have a physically simulated enemy. The Manhack had already shown us how this approach could lead to an enemy with lots of interesting interactions with the world. So we built the roller mine, a ball whose movement is entirely driven by generating torque on itself, and iterated on its behavior until it was fun to drive against. Roller mines aren't particularly dangerous to the buggy, but if you let them stack up, they can become a problem, especially near a cliffside. We also made sure they worked well when the player's on foot, allowing level designers to get a few extra encounters out of them.
Like the ball. Kind of. Alright, man, I was trying to have fun with the roller mine, but whatever. Ow!
Ambush. One of the general challenges of a Half-Life style FPS is that the player is constantly moving forward into spaces they don't know. This means that when they find themselves in combat, they're in unfamiliar areas with no knowledge of how to approach the fight. We use many different methods to help the player with this problem, and this ambush is one example. Upon arrival, the player fights a group of Combine among these houses. During the fight and the exploration afterward, the player has the chance to learn the arena layout. Then, when the player explores up into this attic, we spawn a second wave of Combine. In that second fight, the player now has the advantage of knowing the layout, allowing them to make more tactical decisions in defending against the ambushers.
Or you could just do what I did and do the whole encounter while in commentary mode, so you don't take damage. Is there something I needed to... No, it's just a distraction to get you to stop. I think. I really didn't need the ammo. I was just gonna grab more from the bike. Alright. More? No, this is the section you need to turn the bridge off. Right, okay. Oh, this is where the crossbow's introduced.
Crossbow. This is the player's first opportunity to get the crossbow in the game, and looking back, it's somewhat surprising we didn't gate it. It's entirely possible for the player to drive right past it. To make that less likely, we set up the roadblock and vantage point to encourage players to get out of the buggy, at which point they'd spot the crossbow and item crate. Playtesting showed that almost every player stopped and collected the weapon, but this is a case where the difference between playtesting and real play might matter. A playtester who's been playing since the start of Coast may not be as fatigued with exploration as someone who's been playing from the very beginning of the game. So, we placed another crossbow a few levels ahead, directly on the player's path in Nova Prospect.
Why would they... that almost begs the question of why that would be there in that section, though. I got that one enemy, and then everyone else ran away. Like the cowards they are. He was supposed to have been pinned to that. It's kind of... Oh, it's a good thing I wasn't going for that achievement. Because that failed somehow. He bounced right off and fell down over here. Alright, now that I'm done with you, you're going over into the sea. Was that it blowing up?
Gas station. We had grand plans for this encounter. We envisioned building a gas station that the player would fight around, likely igniting the gas tanks and setting fire to everything. We imagined the player driving away from a raging fire, but budget and performance were harsh constraints in 2003, and the station had to keep getting smaller and simpler to fit into Coast's large levels. Our plans for a dynamic fire system didn't materialize, and building it no longer made sense. There's always a limit to how much work we can justify for a single encounter. In the end, the only remnants of our original vision are the explosive gas tanks.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So you would see the gas tanks like, oh, this is a gas station of some kind. Or it used to be. I mean, that's kind of weird that the gas tanks are in shipping containers, it almost looks like. We'll let gravity take care of that itself. Bye-bye! Up, we're good on ammo. Moving on! Now, unlike when my first playthrough, I'm not going to interrupt and go to Lost Coast at this point. We'll do Lost Coast after the end of the game. Before episode 1.
Occlusion. In Half-Life 1 and much of Half-Life 2, the world consisted mainly of enclosed tunnels and corridors, which worked well with a binary space partition, or BSP tree. Essentially, this tech allowed us to quickly sort through the geometry and determine what might be visible in the player's view. But the open areas in Coast and other outdoor sections didn't suit that approach, so we needed some new tech. Area portals were one, allowing us to carve out the world into discrete chunks separated by portals. Doors and windows, that is, not Aperture Science ones.
Oh man!
We also developed an additional occlusion system, which basically said that if the player can't see through, over, or around a large object, don't render what's on the other side. This might seem an obvious thing not to do, but it takes some work to make sure that calculating what's on the other side of the big thing isn't slower than just rendering everything. So to make that calculation fast, level designers placed large occlusion volumes inside major terrain shapes and big occluding objects like buildings, and during rendering, we could then test the bounds of entities against these volumes to avoid rendering anything the player couldn't see.
Seems to work pretty well. Oh, hi. Get away from my car.
Detail objects. Once we had outdoor sections running, it was clear they needed some form of high-frequency detail, so we added small foliage elements, like grass and shrubs, across the displacement terrain. But we knew we couldn't afford, which is to say we didn't have the time to hand place them all. So we built a detail object system, which generates small foliage elements automatically based on the displacement material. Each material specifies the type of foliage to place along with a set of parameters. At map compile time, the system calculates random points on the surface and selects foliage to place there. Given performance constraints, there was still a fairly complex hand-authoring process for foliage texture sheets, allowing us to render all of them in a single pass.
Sweet. Well, like, are the parameters... I'm assuming the parameters are, like, what type of foliage to put down? Like, you'd probably define what to put down, right? I would imagine.
Terrain and performance. Our performance budget was often a significant constraint when it came to combat, and even more so for combat on terrain surfaces. When NPCs move, they perform many small spatial probes to determine if they can safely navigate their chosen path. To help visualize it, imagine they can't see and are constantly waving a stick in front of themselves to check if the way is clear. The performance cost of these probes increases with the complexity of the world geometry. Our terrain displacement system creates uneven surfaces using many polygons, far more than the perfectly flat floors found elsewhere. This meant that NPCs moving on coast terrain were more resource-intensive than in other areas, and that constraint dictated the scale of many encounters in this section of the game.
Oh, yeah! I forgot about that. But there's another one. There was another one. So yeah, they were like... I might replay that one because I wasn't entirely paying attention, but I think I got the gist of it, just in case. But just in case, we can always listen to it again.
Terrain and performance.
Okay,
Our performance budget was often a significant constraint when it came to combat, and even more so for combat on terrain surfaces. When NPCs move, they perform many small spatial probes to determine if they can safely navigate their chosen path. To help visualize it, imagine they can't see and are constantly waving a stick in front of themselves to check if the way is clear. The performance cost of these probes increases with the complexity of the world geometry. Our terrain displacement system creates uneven surfaces using many polygons, far more than the perfectly flat floors found elsewhere. This meant that NPCs moving on coast terrain were more resource-intensive than in other areas, and that constraint dictated the scale of many encounters in this section of the game.
Oh, because if you had a lot of enemies, the game would just slow to a crawl, probably. Is there a guy here? No, there's a zombie underneath, if I recall. Right? It's something like that. Oh, he's dead. I think he's also dead. You like your head crab extra crispy? I hope you like your head crab extra crispy. That's not what I meant to pick up. I meant to pick up the energy thingy big jiggers. I assume there's a note about this bridge. There has to be. Maybe up there? Maybe in the next room? There it is.
The bridge. This bridge section was inspired by the Deception Pass Bridge, just up the road from Valve's office. We initially built this section as a pure navigation puzzle, gradually layering more gameplay into it. It also became the primary test case for our players' edge friction. In our movement system, we subtly increase friction on the player's deceleration as they approach the edge of a surface. Players have never noticed it, likely because it aligns naturally with their goal of stopping at the edge to look down, matching human tendency to move more slowly and carefully near a drop. But it's a critical feature for this part of the game. We know this because at one point during development, we accidentally broke it, and suddenly all of our playtesters started repeatedly falling to their death.
Oof. Huh. Well, at least you could consistently be like, yep, that's, we fucked it up. You could pretty much tell immediately that you messed it up.
Bridge playtesting. The bridge section was always a high point in playtests, with testers consistently having strong reactions to it. The tension they felt while slowly making their way over the girders was visible in their movements. Over time, we layered more challenges into the traversal, and playtests only became more entertaining to watch. From the train rumbling across the bridge and shaking the player, to a surprise head crab in a shack that seemed like a safe haven midway through, we did feel a little guilty relishing the playtesters' visible stress, but we weren't total monsters. After players made it across the bridge, they'd breathe a sigh of relief, disable the Combine shield, and then realize they had to return across the underside. Concerned they might be bored on the second trip, we decided to add a gunship to keep them company out on the girders.
Oh, thank you. How nice. Oh, you can't make that jump. Okay. Okay. You have to go this way. That's only for the return section.
Bridge gunship. We were particularly happy with the gunship fight, despite it being tricky to set up given the level geometry. Being on the underside of the bridge allowed the gunship to move fully around the player, using all 3 dimensions to position itself above and below at different moments. The girders provide plenty of high-frequency cover, creating opportunities for the gunship's fire to produce a fun and dynamic visual and audio display.
Okay. You bitch! Hold on. My cat wants to come in the room. He's thinking about it. You want to come in, buddy, or not? You come in, you gotta be chill. Okay. Alright. Wanna go chill up there? Okay. Don't mind that. Chill, buddy? I'll let him be for now. If he... Both and none at the same time? What are we talking about? I think I'm missing the context. Is it about the cat, maybe? Oh yeah, my cat? Oh, it's one of the family's cats, yes. Coming in or not? Ah, yes. Ah, tradition. Yes, Cat. Yes, they both want to come in and not come in at the same time. You're totally correct. All right, he's just chilling now. He's looking out the window. I'll let him be for now. Let's get back to this to the bridge. I think I could just go across this, right? Yeah, I can. For sure, for sure. This was only part 1? Oh yeah, it is only... No, I went the wrong way. I have to go this way. I forgot. I can't get on that ladder from here, but... Is that a headline from the Babylon Bee? Or did that actually happen? I'm not sure. Yeah, it's a Babylon Bee headline? Of course. I mean, you can't... I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that actually happened, which is kind of sad if you think about it. Yeah, when the point when it becomes difficult to discern satire from fact is the point where we're like, oh God, what has happened to us? Oh, there's another box there. I don't need any of this stuff, though, really. Yeah, we're cursed timeline indeed. Oh, you're dumb. I would have just stayed behind the force field. You had a defensible position. I would have just stayed behind the force field. Like, that would have been the smart thing to do. Oh, there's still people? Okay, well, deal with the people first. I didn't need that at all. Did that hit or miss? I think it missed. Now he's shot it down. Okay. That's fine. The next set of missiles is down here. I fell off. Oh, there's a guy there. What is he pinned to? He's like pinned to the sky. Like, what the hell? Ooh, that was a good hit. I only need like one more hit though. There we go. Unlike hard mode where you need like 7 hits or something like that, it's a lot. I'm not taking that hit. Let's just get off. I thought you could make that jump, but apparently not. Maybe you can, and I was just bad. Oh, why do ant... I was trying to remember why antlions might show up now. Oh, because the force field's down, I guess. Don't worry, we'll, Oh, did you spawn a new version of this level? Because the nodes aren't here anymore. What if that would mean... No, the loot in here is probably the same, so it's kind of like a semi-new version of the level. I almost want to go back and grab all that health now, but... I'm not sure it's worth it. There'll be more health coming up in the next section. Is there stuff over here? Ah, okay. This is... Okay, so this is for sure a cache I did not get, because I didn't know... I didn't think to come over here and look at this one. Oh, wow, the bait with the poison head crab and the regular head crab? Okay. I wonder if there'll be a note about the train. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm dead. I didn't die, but the car died. Alright. That's interesting, why that happened. I thought I was safe. Apparently they must have a pretty big hitbox. You gotta like let them have like a wide berth. Oh fucking Christ. Note about the train. I'm gonna check when we like. Okay. If there would be a note anywhere, it would have been here. You don't want to talk about the train? So yeah, like I said, I'm not gonna switch. Well, I'm not switching to Lost Coast at this point. I'm just gonna keep going because we'll do Lost Coast with its own. Because the Lost Coast commentary was recorded at a different time than this commentary.
28 transitions later. After stringing together a few levels with dark tunnels as transition spaces, we realized we could subvert player expectations by building another one that appeared to be a transition, but instead contained something else. Like everyone else, we saw 28 Days Later in 2002, loved it, and immediately wanted to create an escalating zombie encounter in one of our dark tunnels. It came together quickly, and we were pleased with the result. Years later, we met Alex Garland, the writer of the film. He'd played and enjoyed Half-Life 2, and we confess that his movie inspired this section.
Flashlight power. The decision to have both Sprint and the flashlight share the HEV's suit power was a controversial one in Half-Life 2. Initially, only Sprint used suit power, which made sense as it was meant to be only a short burst of speed. The flashlight, on the other hand, could be used indefinitely. But playtesting revealed an issue. Players often left dark areas without realizing their flashlight was still on. In brightly lit open areas like Coast, our performance budget couldn't support the flashlight being on continuously.
Interesting.
We needed a way to turn it off without player involvement.
I guess back in 2004, nowadays it probably wouldn't matter.
Simple solution, with the benefit of adding some tension to dark areas too. The challenge then became, what resource should it use? We already had suit power and didn't want to clutter the UI with a new resource just for the flashlight. We toyed with the idea of other player abilities using suit power, thinking it might be interesting to have players make trade-offs between them. This is a good example of game design often being about choosing between imperfect solutions. We didn't love the idea of Sprint and flashlight sharing a resource, but we also didn't want multiple resources cluttering the UI. In Episode 2, with no plans to add anything else that consumed suit power, we ultimately decided to give the flashlight its own separate resource.
And I'm amazed that they didn't decide to backport the Episode 2 solution back to both Episode 1 and the base game with this anniversary update. They could have did it. They could, because they, unless for some fundamental reason they couldn't do it.
Ramming zombies with the buggy. As human beings, we have expectations for our physical world, as mentioned a few times in this commentary. One of those expectations is, if you hit a zombie with your car, it should get absolutely booted into the air. But getting this effect in-game isn't as straightforward as it is in the real world.
Yeah.
For performance reasons, enemies like the zombie use a simplified collision box during gameplay. This is a box that fits snugly around the zombie with no part of the model sticking out. But when the zombie dies, it's converted into a ragdoll with more accurate per-limb collision boxing, though this is more expensive to simulate. This change in collision representation adds further complexity when you ram a zombie with the buggy, beyond just the frame hitch. When the buggy first collides with the zombie, it touches the zombie's simplified collision box. The game then kills the zombie, converting it into a ragdoll that the physics system begins to simulate. Now, with more accurate per-limb collision, the closest part of the zombie may be several inches away from the buggy. As a result, the next time the physics system simulates, the zombie starts falling from gravity because the buggy is no longer pushing it. While it's only a short moment before the buggy reaches the zombie again, this small discrepancy made ramming zombies unsatisfying. They often fell out of the player's view. To fix this, we saved the force the zombie's collision box received when hit by the buggy, and applied that same force to the ragdoll after conversion. We also added a slight upward force to the ragdoll, launching it a bit. With these tweaks, zombies reliably folded over the front of the buggy when hit, which better matched player expectations.
Yay! Oh, come on. Can I get the truck out of the way? No. Okay, well that means I gotta get this car out of the way then. Truck too strong. I'm gonna have to do that. Rolling down the hill. boxes, yeah.
D2, Coast 9. Late in Coast development, we reached a point where our game code was far enough ahead of our level design that our gameplay programmers were looking for more code to write and new tasks that could help Half-Life 2 ship. This was largely due to the demands of Coast levels, which placed a heavy burden on our level designers with their sheer scale and extensive terrain usage. As a result, our gameplay programmers began designing smaller scale encounters. Later, when our level designers caught up, they created this level by stitching together 3 separate encounters from the programmers and performing all the necessary finishing work to prepare it for release.
Nice. Oh, come on. If I get the angle right, I should be able to get this out. Or not? Oh, whatever. That's good enough. I think there's an encounter at the top of this, if I recall. No? Maybe there used to be an encounter here? Ah, that's what it was. Hey! Where are all these... Whatever. It's like, where are they coming from? This is mostly fine, I think. Mostly. And we're gonna get off anyway soon anyway, because it's gonna be like, oh no, Gordon, you can't go any further with the car. The Combine are onto you. Or something along those lines. How in my initial playthrough of this, I just ignored this whole section because you could ramp off of that. Well, I mean, that's how you're supposed to leave anyway, but I just did it immediately, where I ramped off and I just left. Because it was funny. So I'm wondering if there was stuff in here I missed because I did that. Doesn't look like there's a lot of stuff in here, but, you know, you never know. There's a health terminal if I needed that. I don't. What's in here? Anything? Wait, why do they... Oh, it's like, why do they have a ladder and a thing? The ladder goes all the way up here. I see. Alrighty, yeah, so what you're supposed... Like, what you need to do... Well, I guess you could drive around it, but I ramped over it because it was funnier. And it's totally doable with the turbo. Or you can break through it. I'm amazed they didn't think to put, actually a commentary note about anything here. I guess they didn't feel like nothing was worth mentioning. I guess in their mind they felt nothing was worth mentioning over here. Just more... It's just more coast. Chat seems to be having issues connecting. So if you guys have been saying stuff, I think I've been missing it. So, if you haven't been saying anything? Okay. Chat just like reconnected like twice in like the past, like 15 minutes or so. It's been kind of weird. I should not do that. I could do it. No. Alright, There's a gunship here, isn't there? Yes, I hear it coming. I'm not trying to ignore you if you were, in fact, trying to say something, Achievement Slayer. Oh, it's a dropship. I mean, I think you could technically shoot those down, too. Just busting my chops? Okay. Bust them away. Where? Oh, no, that's another dropship. That's about to be like... Okay, where's a good place to put the buggy for now? Probably, actually, I could just... Can I? I guess I could do this encounter, then I'll figure it out. I saw this node.
Battery finding.
Oh yeah, this puzzle.
With the increased density of objects in Half-Life 2's gameplay spaces, we thought it would be interesting to have players search for a specific item, especially if there was some logic to where it might be found. This way, players could locate the item either through careful observation and deduction, or just by brute force searching the area. Since we already had models for cars and batteries, it was a natural step to create a small junkyard for players to explore. We also hid a couple of extra batteries in unexpected places for the players who chose the brute force method. As with other item-based puzzles, this one needed a failsafe in case players lost the batteries. You can try throwing all of them over the cliff if you want to see what happens.
Okay. I'm assuming it just generates more, like the boxes, but let's find out. It does generate more. Because that I already threw that one out, and it's going to be back again. Ha! I got here fast enough that we literally saw it spawn in. It still doesn't answer my question about what we need for the third one. Where am I going to get the third one now that I've thrown it out? Unless it spawned back in the car, too. I don't think it did. So that means that I have to find one of the unexpected ones, I think. See, my logic would, you would think it'd be in, like, here, but I don't see it. So... Is it in this car back here, maybe? No. Okay. Is it in the truck? Under the bathtub? Ah, you know what? Actually, probably. Where was the bathtub? The bathtub, I saw it. I saw it before, I just need... Ah. Ha! You were right, okay. Now my issue, I have the problem of, I still need to get the buggy over here. Can I get around the car? I can kind of get around the car if I maybe ramp off of this rock. Or I could get on this mountain. We could drive on top of the tanker. Maybe, if I'm careful about it. Or, I guess, or we just go straight. Yeah, or do that. Alright, this is the point where you abandon the car and have to fight another gunship.
Hey, over here! You made it! We're picking up radio chatter. They're looking for your car. Get your car in the garage. Okay, Doc. You'll have to go on foot from here. There's a secret path along the cliffside, but no one's going anywhere until we fight off this attack. Having you here to fight alongside us is going to make a big difference for morale.
Hopefully that's not going to be a problem that I bugged that out.
Here come the dropships.
Buggy removal. Once we reached the point where we wanted the player to leave the buggy behind, we had to be very explicit about it. Throughout Coast, players had been leaving the buggy and then returning to it, so we found that playtesters would try to bring it along if it looked even remotely possible. This small garage scene primarily exists to signal clearly that the player is done with driving and will be proceeding on foot.
I broke it. I broke the door. Oops. Oh, you're a resistance member. Whoop, my bad.
Dropship deployment. Deploying soldiers from the dropships was tricky, as it required NPCs to spawn inside another solid object. To get them into the open where they could start navigating normally, they immediately play an animation that has them leaping out of the container the moment they spawn. Once that was working, we encountered another issue. Savvy players would simply just wait outside the container and shoot the soldiers during their exit animation. To counter this, we added a turret to the container to pin the soldiers as they exit. It doesn't fully prevent a player from taking advantage, especially if they're using an indirect weapon like a grenade or something, but that felt realistic and like a true-to-life countermeasure someone thinking strategically might take.
I wonder if because I bugged it, I could take the car with me, even though I'm not supposed to.
Performance constraints. For the final Coast arena, we envisioned a big finale where the player and a squad of citizens would hold out against waves of combined soldiers, culminating in a gunship battle. Unfortunately, the computational cost of having soldiers and friendly allies moving around on terrain meant that the battle kept being scaled back to fit within our performance budget. By the time we were down to featuring only a single squad of soldiers at any given time, we were already late in development. Too late to make large-scale changes to the arena to accommodate more enemies, we had to redesign the flow of the fight to keep the number of soldiers to a minimum.
Hey, drop ship at the lighthouse!
I'm gonna try it, just for the record. Because I bugged it. I almost shot you, sir.
Launcher up in the lighthouse, Freeman.
I almost shot you, man.
Sorry.
I don't really need rocket ammo, do I? No, I'm good. But, okay.
Lighthouse gunship. The gunship scenario here took some work to play out the way we envisioned it. We wanted it to unfold as it would in a movie. In the filmic version, a gunship would fire through the windows as the protagonist ascended the lighthouse, anticipating their movements. To simulate that anticipation in the game, we set up a complex series of trigger volumes along the staircase. As they detect the player moving up, they instruct the gunship to choose a new flight path that matches the player's altitude. The triggers also enable bullseye targets in the windows nearest the player. These are invisible game objects that the enemy AI will immediately perceive as hostile, and then prompts the gunship to fire at the windows. This blend of AI and scripting is central to Half-Life's combat scenarios. The AI manages the general adaptive behavior of the NPCs, while the scripting customizes each scenario's unique requirements.
It's a pretty healthy marriage, if you ask me. It works out really good.
This way, Dr. Freeman. We'll take the cliff path before another gunship finds us.
I'm gonna try to take the car. I don't know how good of an idea that is, but I'm gonna try it. Because it's bugged. Oh, is it? I forgot the gunship. Okay, I forgot he opens a door down here. It'd be kind of hard to get the car in here, so that's not going to happen.
Right along there. And watch your step.
Yeah, I forgot about this. So yeah, you literally cannot take the car. Hey!
Buggy theft. As we built the end of Coast, we decided to have the Combine steal the player's buggy. It really doesn't make logical sense, but after watching so many playtests where players developed a strong
they took
attachment
the
to
buggy? Oh my God,
we wanted
they
to play with
do.
that emotional connection. Once we implemented the theft, we had playtesters yelling at the Combine for stealing their ride, something we took as a sign of success. The soldier firing down from the cliff top is simply there to draw the player's eye up, triggering the look target and spawning the dropship with the buggy. Watching it now, 20 years later, we're struck by how ridiculous it all is.
I didn't notice that they stole the buggy, so I guess it didn't work for some people.
This way, Dr. Freeman. We'll take the cliff path before another gunship finds us. All right, Dr. Freeman. Come with me before another one comes.
Keep up!
All right, Dr. Freeman. Come with me before another one comes.
I'm ahead of you! Are you actually...
All right, Dr. Freeman. Come with me before another one comes.
Why does he keep saying it? Because I'm probably, like, the game thinks I'm not...
There. And...
The game probably thought I wasn't following him. Because I wasn't, I was ahead of him, but, like, that point is irrelevant. I bounced off the box and fell to my death.
This way, Dr. Freeman. We'll take the cliff path before another gunship finds us.
Okay. Maybe I'll save when the door opens, because apparently I need it.
All right, Dr. Freeman. Come with me before another one comes.
Oh, I didn't grab the health kits. Hold on.
All right, Dr. Freeman. Come with me before another one comes.
Well, you can keep saying that. I know another one is not gonna come.
Right along there. And watch your step. I'm hurt.
Yeah, they do. They steal the buggy for some reason. It does seem a little far-fetched, if you ask me.
As we built the end of Coast, we decided to have the Combine steal the player's buggy. It really doesn't make logical sense, but after watching so many playtests where players developed a strong attachment to their buggy, we wanted to play with that emotional connection. Once we implemented the theft, we had playtesters yelling at the Combine for stealing their ride, something we took as a sign of success.
Those alien
The soldier
bastards
firing
are
down
gonna
from the cliff
pay
top
for
is simply there to
stealing
draw
my
the player's eye
ride.
up, triggering the look target and spawning the dropship with the buggy. Watching it now, 20 years later, we're struck by how ridiculous it all is.
Alright, are we gonna learn about these guys? Yep, I see the note already.
Someone's coming.
You there! Stop where you are! Stay on the rocks! Don't step on the sand. It makes the antlions crazy.
Laszlo, don't move. No.
Help!
Finest mind of his generation. Here is another small interstitial scene that ended up working well. The only requirement for this moment was to teach the player to stay off the sand. With prior scenes, we were still focused on simply making them functional. But by the time we got to this one, we were becoming more comfortable and started enjoying the process of putting extra thought into these moments. In doing so, we pushed the characters beyond being mere signposts, creating something more interesting and entertaining. After release, Laszlo went on to develop a larger-than-life following, reminding us how hard it is to predict what players will hold on to.
People liked Laszlo? Come on, damn it. I see you moving. That's right, come to me. That one I might not get. I might have to change my angle for that one. Oh no, it's moving. Come on. Come on. I didn't need it anyway. But you never know. Ah, fucking. Well, if I were going for the... It's a good thing the achievements don't count, because I would have failed this section again, too. Oh my god, they keep knocking me off, which makes more spawn!
Floor is lava. Building gameplay around broadly understood concepts like the floor is lava made training it easy. We liked how our physics system allowed for a high degree of creative freedom in how players chose to tackle it. Some built walkways out of many objects, while others focused on using just their two favorite sheets of metal. Some carefully followed the path up in the rocks, concerned about falling, while others moved directly towards the exit, perched on objects just above the sand. Playstyles varied. Some players considered it a failure if they summoned antlions, reloading immediately, while others enjoyed
especially if they're going for the achievement.
We also liked that it functioned as a navigation puzzle, but could be turned into an arena if players preferred. Some just jump onto the sand and fought their way to the end.
I could see the novelty in doing that. There's just one over here? Why? Is this the way a dead end, though? It looks like it might be. It's just here for the loot. Ah, god damn it. Ah! Oh, boy. I hit jump? You gotta be kidding me. Get him away, get him away, get him away, you son of a bitch. What the? Come on, what? I had like one toe on the ground. The game's like, no, man. No, I want the door. We're gonna go door to door. This section is really annoying still. Because it becomes a cascading effect. If you get on the sand, you kind of get... You can get knocked off and just keep triggering it forever. Really? Oh. No. Whatever. I'm just gonna leave. a node. Just somewhere. There's the button. God. Oh no, I have to go over here to turn it on. It's the most asinine thing ever.
Sandtrap Hunter. The explosive barrels are provided for players to use against antlions while standing safely within the Thumper's protection. So we're also using this as a hint for the upcoming Antlion Guard encounter, where players often use similar tactics to win the fight. Optional player actions, like launching explosives with a gravity gun, can be forgotten if they aren't used regularly. With the wide range of offensive options we give players, there's no guarantee they've used this ability recently. So here, we're subtly suggesting they bring it back into their toolkit before they face the guard.
Vortigaunt Extraction. This arena presented some tricky design problems for a couple reasons. First, the guard is a melee-only enemy, so we couldn't allow the player to reach areas where the guard couldn't follow.
That's
We
fair.
did experiment with a few range attacks, but didn't like the results. Its goose-spitting attack, for instance, ended up looking ridiculous. The only non-melee attack that survived was its ability to bash physics objects at the player, but this required objects to be in range, which isn't always guaranteed. The second challenge was ensuring that no matter where the guard dies, the Vortigaunt can reach its corpse. This was essential as the game can't proceed if the Vortigaunt is unable to extract the bug bait.
Oh, what the You guys came back up here? Get out of here. Oh, fuck. Okay. Well. Ah, out of my goddamn way. Oh, those things are still gonna be alive. I don't think they can follow you into the next section. If I dropped down, it would be okay. But I wanted to check and make sure I'm not missing anything, like, node-wise. I don't think I am, because I didn't see anything when I was going to turn on the, the Thumper. Let's just do the fight. Ow. I'm not that worried about the fight because, again, I'm on easy and it's already dead, so there you go.
In rare cases, players could find themselves unable to kill the antlion guard in this arena. This would happen if they ran out of ammo or had misused all of the available physics objects, leaving nothing to launch with the gravity gun. To address this, we added a citizen on the mounted turret above the gate as a failsafe, allowing a stuck player to rely on a citizen to kill the guard.
The Freemen will do wise to heed our extraction of the Myrmidon's aromatic pteropods. The process is not entirely hygienic, therefore stand aside.
Why was he following me if he tells me to stand aside? I don't understand why that would... It's like, hey, follow me to the outline. Oh, by the way, stand away.
Won't bother you now, Doc.
The Freeman must excuse us. It is rude of us to commune by flux shifting in front of those whose vocal inputs are impaired. Yes, we will vocalize into auditory language as a matter of courtesy. Unless we wish to say unflattering things about you. Just so. Long.
I guess they're saying unflattering things about me. Because they go back to talking in their language.
Prospect is just ahead. One man alone wouldn't stand much chance going in there. But a man with a pack of antlions, well, that's a different story.
The Freeman honors us by his presence. Follow Freeman.
Bug bait training. This clumsy bug bait training is where we landed, having run out of time, but needing players to understand the tool for Nova Prospect's design to work. Generally, we aim to add enough flavor and context to training so it doesn't feel like training. It feels like a natural part of discovering something new. Here, though, we didn't quite manage that. As obvious as it may seem, bug bait wasn't something players intuitively grasped. We're well into the game now, so players have plenty of experience dealing with enemies. Before we added any training, the first playtesters who collected bug bait entered the next level and instinctively shot the first antlion they saw, because that had been working up until then. Half-Life tends to encourage a shoot first, ask questions later approach. Similarly, when players reached Nova Prospect, they didn't think to throw bug bait at the Combine soldiers and instead relied on their usual weapons. So, we needed this training not only to show how bug bait works, but also to demonstrate that antlions would be close to the player without attacking.
The Freeman again excels in all tasks.
I think that's what he was going to ask me to do. I think.
Now, Matenka, apply pressure to your pheromone to trigger the lines in your command to follow you. The Freeman shows his excellence in all things. And now this one must bid the Freeman farewell. Nova Prospect lies just beyond. Remember well what you have learned here. The Eli Vance has greatest confidence in you.
What do you mean I can't make him be an enemy? Probably towards the Thumper. I need to turn it off for them, right?
Thumper Final Stage. We liked the final stage of Thumpers, where their purpose is inverted. Now, instead of serving as a tool for safety, they act as a blocker for the player's antlion army. However, we probably should have incorporated more thorough Thumper training before this point. While it was acceptable for players to only partially understand Thumpers in the earlier Coast levels, the stakes are higher now because players are also trying out bug bait for the first time. Players who don't realize that this first Thumper prevents their antlines from moving forward may misunderstand how bug bait works. If they throw bug bait at soldiers in the first bunker and no antlines arrive, they might conclude that bug bait is unreliable or doesn't work as expected and switch back to using their weapons instead.
Assault on Nova Prospect. With an infinitely respawning antlion army on a coastline assaulting a fortified Combine base, it was hard not to try a Normandy-inspired level. Our initial prototype featured trenches leading up to Nova Prospect, with lethal machine guns forcing the player and their antlions to stay within the trenches to survive.
That sounds unfun.
Fire and leaping antlions constantly passing above the trenches. Unfortunately, we couldn't make it work within our performance budget, and ultimately had to set it aside in favor of a completely different layout. However, the mounted guns remained, as their lethality proved useful in encouraging players to rely on their antlions.
I'm always confused by what that switch is supposed to be doing. Because I don't notice it. I think it does something. I'm not sure what. Oh, hi. Behind that one? They might not be able to. Gave you a target. Oh, fuck. The turret. God, man hats? I forgot about that. Oh, is this a cache? Or is this just... Hold on. If it says Lambda on the outside, then it would have been a cache. I think it's just a spot where there's just some... happens to be some ammo. Good job, BioArm.
Stabilization force directive 2. Engage.
Good job, my Ant Army. Now we shall continue. Ah ha ha ha. To me. To them. I don't like the sound that makes. That is a nasty sound. It's a good thing they infinitely respawn. I feel like he should have lit on fire, but okay, what do I know? I'll make him light on fire if he doesn't want to light on fire. Oh, fuck. Who knew missing a simple jump would lead to such pain and destruction?
Nova Prospect Yard. The combat throughout the Nova Prospect Yard was largely inspired by our early observations of antlions fighting Combine soldiers. The antlions' high mobility and melee attacks paired well with the soldiers' range lethality and vulnerability up close. Antlions look great under fire, with particle effects flying everywhere, and when they finally reach a soldier, the resulting ragdoll effect is incredibly satisfying.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, they're right. And a little health top off, and we shall continue. Hey! One more. There we go.
Magic Wall. Like many of our combat arenas, we needed a gate of some kind to prevent players from moving on before they finished this fight. Unfortunately, we were out of time and had to move on to the train station, so we ended up with this bit of magical bullshit. A wall that just explodes after the second gunship is defeated, revealing the way forward. We reassured ourselves that most players wouldn't notice, as they'd be busy fighting the gunships, and our playtesting had shown that generally they all finished the fight before they reached this point. With enough explosions throughout the arena, the destroyed, burning wall felt pretty natural, so we threw in a couple of simple gas puzzles on the other side to justify it. But no, we're not exactly proud of it.
I mean, needs must. You did the best you could at the time. With what little time you left, you had to develop it. I'd say it's not the worst thing that could have happened. There wasn't another node. I don't think so. It's just that one node, right? Yeah. just want to be sure. I think that was the only node. Was that one, and then the one all the way at the beginning of this romp through the deep. Yeah, this one. That was it. Yep, okay. That's the only two I see, so... Time to go through the magical bullshit.
Priority alert. Nova Prospect oxygen breach. Perimeter communication status 0. Internal stabilization.
I guess they can't come.
Deploy sterilizers in suspected infection block A5, A7.
I guess they also don't need to because they just show up here in the next section, don't they? It also doesn't explain how that blows up. Unfortunately. Like, you can argue the wall could maybe have blown up, but why would that cave-in happen? I'm just pausing to turn the light on. Yeah, so you could argue, okay, I could see maybe the wall exploding at the end of the fight, but nothing's explained why that cave-in happens.
The player has just completed 2 combat-heavy levels, so we wanted to slow things down once they got inside. These early levels were designed as a pacing change, allowing players to explore the layout of Nova Prospect's interiors. Along the way, we began to introduce the turret gameplay, first as an enemy to the player, and later as a tool they could use. Much of this level was built by reusing prototypes and art spaces created earlier in the project when we were focused on shaping the look of Nova Prospect.
Like, obviously this was a prison. Like, you can see that very clearly.
Turrets. Turrets were a useful design tool when the player had bug bait, as they could completely prevent antlions from approaching them head-on. This allowed us to create setups where the player couldn't just throw bug bait to proceed. They needed to circle around and clear the turrets so their antlions could follow. It didn't hurt that watching antlions get mowed down by turret fire was a great visual too.
Yeah, but they're our friends. Antlions are our friends now. They're not our foes. How could you be so monstrous? What am I doing? What am I doing? Was I?
Nova Prospect process. Like Ravenholm, Nova Prospect was initially designed with significantly different gameplay than what ultimately shipped. The first version focused on player versus Combine soldier combat, with no involvement of antlions. Unlike other areas of the game where gameplay and art evolved together, Nova Prospect received a large art push early on. This produced a set of reusable, polished sections of level geometry with art already applied. Assembling Nova Prospect from these pieces worked well, as the prison's layout was naturally repetitive. And then later, when we returned with antlions and bug bait, we had to repurpose the geometry to fit the new gameplay.
I wonder why this one's a bit glitchy. Oh, because it shows the, I didn't realize it showed the Antlion Queen. Oh, we're going back here. I was like, what's the, what goal? The objective? Moving on. I mean, obviously, other than the obvious, moving on. Ooh, that was spooky, kind of. The shelves just fell apart. Ah, yes. This section, which is... no, we're not at the point which it gets electrified yet. Oh, god damn it. Okay, here we go. Have a paint can. There you go, enjoy that. There's a turret? Where is it? Is it around the corner? Ah, there it is. Opted too far away. Okay, well... Fine. I don't know how I managed to just stay in place. We'll deal with that in a second, I think. I think? Or is this just where bugs come through? I thought that was the way to proceed. Do I just... Oh, I just need to go through here. Don't mind me, I'm okay. So close. The point is I'm trying to like push it over without getting shot. not working very well. There we go. Oh, we gotta go this way again. It's kind of coming back to me, but also not really. There's gotta be a note about this fight. I'm amazed there's not. I mean, I guess it's kind of a rehashing of the fight we already had with her. I don't think she cares that much about physics items. I'm not sure they really slow her down as well as I think they would. Oh, maybe they do. Does not care about, Ow. Hey, hello there. I thought she'd... Oh, fudge. I'm not that in danger, though. It's not like hard mode where she really hurts. Although it could be my suit protecting me. Aye, Jackie! Okay.
Attention Nova Prospect Internal Containment Team. Deservice all political conscripts in Block A7. Prohibit external contact.
Allied antlions. Having an endlessly respawning antlion army attacking turrets and soldiers meant we had to spend time figuring out the player's role in Nova Prospect's combat. The player had already faced plenty of Combine soldiers, so we decided to make combat here feel more like a puzzle and a spectacle instead of a combat challenge. With that in mind, we created setups that remained in a steady state until the player intervened. By directly killing enemies, the player could tip the balance in favor of the antlions, but we wanted to make bug bait usage especially rewarding. In many scenarios, when the player threw bug bait onto enemies, we activated additional antlion spawners, unleashing a rapid rush of new antlions into the fight. The resulting carnage was the reward that made bug bait satisfying to use.
Ragdoll Vortigaunt. There's a lot of pain to see in this dead Vortigaunt, pain of our level designers. At the time, our development tools didn't allow us to directly pose a ragdoll, which is to say, when an NPC dies and it systemically ragdolls to the ground, we didn't have any control over what pose it ended up in. If we'd had some animator time, they could have given us a single frame animation in roughly the pose we wanted, but we were late and our small animation team was already overloaded. So a level designer positioned the Vortigaunt above the chair, told it to die as the level loaded, and waited to see what pose the ragdoll settled into. Then the designer moved the Vortigaunt slightly and tried again. We can't remember exactly how many attempts it took, but it was way, way more than you'd think.
Sucks. I'm about to die. What? How did that happen? Where? Do I need... Oh, there's probably a button I'm missing in here. There was a lever I'm missing entirely. I forgot about the lever!
Laser mines. We really enjoyed bringing these laser trip mines into Nova Prospect. They were a weapon from Half-Life 1 we hadn't managed to include in Half-Life 2, but at least they found a place as a puzzle element. We liked how they served as a kind of personal morality test when the player had an antlion army. Some players immediately threw bug bait past the trip mines, sending antlion bodies at the problem, while others had their little buddies back until they'd safely remove the trip mines with other tools. We didn't judge.
Well, apparently I'm of the first kind, because I had no problems doing that. I had zero qualms about throwing an antlion at it. Oh, they're on their way, buddies. You know what that means? It means it's time for you to get to work. Sorry. Oh, is this the one that they meant we left the crossbow right here so you wouldn't miss it? That's probably what they meant. Like, we left a crossbow pretty obviously in your path in Nova Prospect. So if you had somehow missed it up to this point, you would still get it in the end. Wait, we gotta make our way back down to that door. That's what we're doing. I'm hitting all the wrong fucking buttons. That was too slow for all of that. You guys showed up too late. I already took care of them all. Also, now you're in the way. actually. We don't even... Ah! I took out the wrong gun! Am I just bad at grenade placement? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if I was bad at grenade placement. Oh, is the point to go through this vent? It was. Oh, yeah. I think that's supposed to happen eventually. It's just the way it happened was kind of funny. He was kind of flopping against. Does this somehow give me an advantage? I think it does.
Prison 04. Throughout development, our artists created small vertical slices of environments, which we called art zoos. These zoos laid out how to use textures and props to create gameplay spaces that achieved our visual goals. However, when building the prison's gameplay track, the repetitive layout allowed us to use the art more directly. This map was initially built as the primary art zoo for Nova Prospekt, but after being used to test various gameplay prototypes, including those that eventually led to Bugbait, it became part of the actual level architecture.
Nice! When a test level is so good, you put it in the main game. When a test level is so good, it ends up being in the main game. Up there, man hacks. Go, Antlions, go!
standards. How can you have failed to apprehend? Well, extent it proves necessary.
Go, minions, go!
I'm sure I don't have to remind you that if you can call it that, is total extinction. Eliminate all the other unworthy branches of the species. Let's not allow it to come to that. I have done my best to convince our benefactors that you are the finest the species has to offer. So, without concrete evidence to back it up, my words sound increasingly hollow even to me. The burden of proof is on you, as is the consequence of failure. I'll just leave it at that. I've been asked to say a few words to the transhuman arm of Sector 17 Overwatch concerning recent successes in containing members of the Resistance science team. Let me say up front that I regret having to temper my own.
I don't think this is literally the only way forward, right? I think. There's nothing else back. Yeah, this...
Capture of Eli Vance was an
Okay.
event of major significance, make no mistake. And while it's true that conceivably we could have taken him at almost any time in the last...
Good job! Hold on, I got this. Okay, I got half of it. Not quite enough. Hold on. Ow! That sucked a lot.
Laundry. By the time the player reaches this level, known as Laundry, we're confident they're comfortable using bug bait to solve combat scenarios. So, we wanted to raise the stakes a bit by creating a scenario that encourages the player to get even more involved, combining bug bait with their full set of weapons.
I'm getting involved, alright. I don't really want to, but it's happening.
Side Zombie. This poison zombie was always a highlight in playtests. Players so focused on Combine soldiers, antlions, and turrets hadn't seen a poison zombie in quite some time, so its sudden appearance in the dark often created a moment of shock.
Yeah, it got me in my first playthrough too, but I knew it was happening this time. I will admit, in my first playthrough, it did get me. Oh. Well, there goes the health I had. No matter.
Kitchen. It's a well-known custom among game developers that all video game kitchens must feature a gas explosion.
Right on cue! Nice! Why aren't you attacking? Whatever, I'll attack you. Okay. I don't know why they're not attacking them. Is it because they'll die to the turrets beforehand? Could be that. Oh, where did those turrets come from? Oh, you're not dead? Oh, this is the second antlion guard attack. Okay.
Blood loss detected.
One-way drops. Players never know what's ahead of them, but they're familiar with what's behind them, so it's common for them to retreat to familiar ground when they encounter an enemy. If we've built an arena where we want the player to engage, especially for an enemy with specific geometry requirements, like the Antlion Guard, we need a way to prevent that retreat. A common solution is to require the player to enter the arena through a one-way drop, something you've likely noticed a few times already.
I have. It happened the first time we did the Antlion Guard, or Queen. It's... I don't know if they can... Can Antlions fit through this hole? Is it only me? It's only me. Okay, well... Well, that was an easy fight. I mean, Jesus. embarrassingly hard. Actually, this is the intended way, isn't it? I think so. Hold on. I don't remember if there's anything in this room. No, there's not? They should have, like, put something back there. So you would... I guess they didn't want people going the wrong way. So if they put nothing over there and stuff over here, you would go this way. Which is the right way. They should have had... I don't know why they didn't have a note about the compactor. Or I guess that's just a wall that just happens to function as a compactor?
You made it here in one piece.
Alex's toolkit. Alex's multi-tool is incredibly useful for letting us use her as a key. Often, we needed to keep the player from moving forward until we were ready, and her multi-tool allowed her to deliver dialogue while unlocking the way ahead. We probably relied on it a bit too much, but it was hard to resist. There's always a trade-off. Using Alex to gate a room instead of creating a custom solution saved time that we could spend on other parts of the game, often more critical ones.
Fair enough. Again, it comes down to you only have so much development time. Why waste time making a custom solution when you have pretty much you have this solution which can act as a it's pretty much a universal solution.
Alex as companion. This section became an unintentional prototype for what Episode 1 would eventually feature, Alex as a companion, moving smoothly along a path that blends dynamic combat with scripted choreography. We didn't yet have a clear model for how she would fit alongside the player in these scenarios, but even this brief section taught us a lot, despite not having enough time to iterate on it.
I'm afraid I'm flying blind here. Every now and then a Vortigaunt gets captured and sends back information, but we don't have a complete picture of the place. The little we do know is all bad. Get ready.
This is basically what Episode 1 is, except in Episode 1 you use a lot more physics because of the gravity gun. I mean, I guess I could do that here too. There are ways I could probably swing it.
All right, over here. This'll get me into their security system. Now to find my father. These poor people.
I'm sure they're fine.
There. All right, I think I can bring him in. There. He's on the way. Let's go meet him.
Never mind. I guess it isn't. Is it?
Follow me.
No, I'm gonna shoot these guys first. I should be using a gun that they're gonna have ammo for. Alex, why would you have ran ahead like this? Are you an idiot?
Come on.
Are you a dum-dum? Why would you have run right into the middle of the enemies?
He should be in here. Let me just get this open. There he is.
Eli in pod choreography. We wrote and recorded dialogue for the scene while still building out Nova Prospect. At that stage, we knew Alex and Gordon would teleport out of the prison, but none of those specifics had been worked out, so the dialogue needed to be broad enough to fit whatever we ultimately built. This led us to focus less on the player's actions and more on Alex's vulnerability and her connection to her father. We hoped the emotion would carry the scene more than the narrative itself. Ultimately, we're aiming for the player to care about these characters and want to prioritize what's important to Alex.
We're not leaving you. I think I can recalibrate the Combine portal to get us out of here.
Where will you go?
I talked to Dr. Kleiner. His portal was almost working again. If he's managed to repair it, we'll end up there. If he hasn't, well, we couldn't be any worse off.
It's not worth the risk.
Are you sure about that?
I can't lose you. Get out while you can.
We're not leaving here without you. That's final.
We can't leave Judas here either.
Don't worry, Dad.
Sure we can. Oh, actually, no, we can't.
Now, I'm going to send you to the teleport chamber. I'm not saying goodbye, Dad. We'll meet you there.
I know you will. I'll see you there, baby.
Bye! Adios, amigo!
Let's get out of here.
Okay.
All right. Over here. I'm gonna head back to the security station and try to patch into your suit radio. Wait till you hear from me. Hey, take
Sure.
care of yourself.
Sure thing.
Hey, it worked. Let's see what I can do to clear the way for you. Keep an eye out for Mossman. I'll get my dad through the prison as far as I can, then I'll catch up with you. Hang on, I'll see if I can figure out how to get that gate open. Okay, got it.
What if I skip ahead because I know I need to go in here? Does she comment on that? Or is she just like, ow, oh, my face. Oh god, is this stuck now?
Vent. You probably know this, but if there's a vent, there has to be a head crab in it. We don't make these rules. They, like the vents themselves, come straight from the top.
Boo! Boo your pun!
Be careful, Gordon. I'm picking up a lot of sensors in the area ahead.
Actually, I just had a thought. What if I skipped a node up there? It's a bit of a... It's unlikely, but you never know. I'd rather check than not... than miss it. Can I somehow skip a trigger that would cause it to activate? I guess I did.
Hey, it worked. Let's see what I can do to clear the way for you. Keep an eye out for Mossman. I'll get my dad through the prison as far as I can, then I'll catch up with you. Hang on, I'll see if I can figure out how to get that gate open. Okay, got it.
Yeah, there might have been a note over here. I doubt it, but I don't know. Probably not, it's just, yeah.
I'll have this open in a jiffy. Damn, it's jammed. Okay, I've got an idea. Head back to that office.
I just wanted to be sure. Better safe than sorry, right?
According to the schematics, there should be a vent behind those shelves.
Vent. You probably know this, but if there's a vent, there has to be a head grab in it. We don't make these rules.
What? What? I'll just skip ahead. We'll just skip ahead to when we were supposed to have left this vent.
Look targets. One of the key tools in our design toolkit is the look target, an invisible point in space that activates when the player looks at it. Designers can specify how accurately the player has to look at it, the duration of the look, and other conditions. Once activated, the look target triggers various events in the game. For example, Alex might wait for the player to look at her before delivering a line of dialogue. A spectacle might begin only when it's in view, or a Combine dropship might fly over when the player is looking in its general direction.
Oh, fuck.
Once we implemented look targets, designers found endless ways to use them to make gameplay feel more reliable for players, especially since some move at very different speeds or in difficult to predict ways.
Hit it? I mean, yeah, look-based triggers are interesting. Anybody else? Oh, there's the turret still. Well, grenades. I think I got them both. I didn't get them both? There's another one? Oh, I only got one. go. Save me throwing a grenade. Oh, you didn't die! What the heck?
Grenade puzzle. This small puzzle often caused players to get stuck during playtests because the unlimited grenade box.
I forgot. I got stuck here too.
By this point in the game, players have fully learned to associate unlimited ammo boxes with puzzle solutions. So if a grenade box were here, they'd immediately know they needed a grenade to solve it. We wanted them to have to think a little first. Eventually, we added a subtle hint by making grenades visible on the desk through a window.
Didn't
just
work.
to remind players they're available.
I forgot.
It also helped uncover a bug in a playtest when a player approached to look more closely and ended up collecting the grenade through the glass.
I didn't help. I forgot. I still didn't. I had to get reminded by chat that grenades were a thing. That would probably work. Oh boy. I mean, the solution here is obviously grenades, but I mean, I think also ignoring it and moving on was an option too, but I wanted that loot even though I'm still basically dead.
You're coming up to another control room. Looks like it's still occupied. My guess is there's a bunch more soldiers heading your way. Quick, search the room.
Mossman's betrayal. Our original plan for Judith Mossman's arc was for her to betray the player around this point. But by the time we reached the scene, having developed other parts of the game, we felt she was more likely just trying to protect Eli. We envisioned her reconsidering, realizing she couldn't actually betray Gordon. We had ideas to clarify this shift later, but ultimately we never finished her arc. We liked the ambiguity in Mossman, but players didn't seem to. They almost universally hated her. That might be a success, though.
That's
we worked
true.
hard to build the player's affinity for Alex, and Alex wasn't exactly a fan of Judith either.
Yeah, exactly. That probably a lot of people were influenced by the fact that Alex didn't like Mossman, so you shouldn't like Mossman either. Hello, BDT. It's going all right. How about yourself? Did they just break the fourth wall? Yeah, I'm playing with the developer commentary on, so obviously they're going to talk about things that, like, because my assumption is that the dev's assumption is that you're not playing this on a first-time playthrough with the commentary on, because that would be kind of weird. Hey! Oh, god damn it. I gotta go pick that up. Yep.
Keep your turret set up. You've got to hold on till I get there.
Yeah, so... They're talking about things you would totally play with on. I mean, you can, but you would get spoiled about a lot of things. Oh, god damn it. Did you knock over the other one already? I bet you did. There is a story. I mean, there is a story. There's much more of a story than there is in Half-Life 1. It's all my problems is gravity gun. I mean, it solves a lot of them. I won't deny that.
Be there in a second, Gordon.
Alright, I think that means the encounter is over. But yeah, I wouldn't recommend playing with the commentary on for the first time. Because...
Sorry it took me so long. Glad to see you're okay.
Barely.
Let's see if we can find Mossman. It looks like this station might give me better access.
I mean, isn't this where we find out about her betrayal?
It's from your area.
It
I'm not
is.
calling about that. What's she up to? You promised you weren't going to touch Eli. Oh my
The
god.
soldiers were a bit overzealous, I admit, but he was too tempting a prize to simply turn loose, especially in the absence of Gordon Freeman.
You would have had Freeman if you'd been patient and just waited for my signal.
We weren't entirely sure you were ever going to get around to that. Human loyalties being what they are.
Dr. As I have
Did she vent? Yes. I mean, Gordon vents a lot too.
Dr. Vance far longer than you, my dear. I'm afraid your feelings for him may have blinded you.
Feelings? This has nothing to do with feelings. It's a simple truth that when Eli believes
This
in our...
is not open to debate, Dr. Mossman.
Doctor, please.
So sorry, Judith. I'm all out of time.
Damn her! I don't believe this!
Well, it sounds... Actually, no. It sounds like...
Come on, Gordon. Now we've really got to hurry.
I guess that
Go
wasn't
on
her
ahead.
being...
I'll disrupt the next level of security and catch
Now that
everyone I
I've
can.
recontextualized it because of the commentary, it does sound like she's conflicted about... Like, the betrayal hasn't happened yet. Like, she's conflicted about the betrayal happening. It's going to happen.
Go on, Gordon.
Oh, sorry. I'm talking. I was making comments, Alex. Calm down. So, like, she's conflicted about the betrayal happening. It's going to happen. Mossman, she worked at Black Mesa East with Eli, but, her whole arc is supposed to be she's a double agent for the Combine. So she's worked, but eventually she has like a redemption arc where she becomes basically a triple agent almost. Like she switches sides again. And like joins back up with us. Right, that way is not the way, it's this way. Randomly placed character? I mean, she's not. She's... has a story.
Turret training exit. This pile of trash, along with the cluttered descent down the stairs, is designed to discourage players from bringing a turret with them. While it wouldn't break anything if they did, we wanted to make it less likely. Making it inconvenient to keep the turret isn't an ideal design strategy, but it was better than nothing. Many playtesters eventually gave up and tossed the turret aside once they felt the game was trying to tell them something.
Yeah, don't bring the turret. As much as you'd like to, you don't need it. They will give you more turrets coming up in the next section. Don't worry about it. Not the next section, but the next time you need them, you'll have them. Trust us. Trust us, and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Bring the turret. No. I mean, it also makes kind of sense to leave him with Alex, because she might need them to defend herself. You never know, more soldiers could show up. This is the section I thought was earlier, where you have to avoid the water. Nope, 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 get off the... Thank you. I think I should have stayed over there. Yeah, that sounds a lot better. My health! Bring the turrets, Alex can vent. Oh yeah. Will he get eaten? I sure hope so. Yeah. Right, nope. Nope, I keep grabbing the wrong thing. I want the barrel. Not the best solution, but it'll work. I think. Yeah, there we go. I don't think I need just revolver ammo. I haven't been using the revolver. If I had a turret, I'd be fine. Not really. I mean, I'd be lugging a turret through this section with electrified water. If I recall, that's a bait, and he's gonna get back up. There we go. I remembered that was a bait. I think if you... The point... he wakes up when you come over here to touch the turret. Not the... What I said turret, I meant the health terminal. I'd lug around a useless garden gnome, but a useful turret is too much work. Okay, fair enough. Also, that was an achievement. So, I mean, I had that going for me. Like, touche, you have a point. Go through the...
Final Turret Arena. When building the arc of a gameplay element, like allied turret usage, we often build a prototype that represents the arc's endpoint first. We iterate on that prototype until the playtests show that it works. Then we work backward, adding preceding scenarios to introduce the element and build player skill. This approach ensures the final arc is engaging before we invest substantial time. It also means that, by the time we create training scenarios, we've observed enough playtests to know which skills need guidance and which players will grasp naturally. The final turret scenario was our goal, emphasizing the player's defense against enemies from multiple directions, requiring dynamic turret placement and recovery.
With the Left 4 Dead gnome, you can melee with the gnome? I mean, you can melee with the gnome in Half-Life as well, because you can fling at enemies with the gravity gun. It works just like any other physics object. You can fling it at enemies, it does a lot of damage. It's just, it's kind of not ideal to do that, because you might lose it, and then you'd have to be, you'd have to, like, restart, because if you lost the gnome, then you'd lose the achievement.
Allied turrets balancing. Balancing this fight around the Allied turrets was challenging. The turrets are the novel element here, so if players ignore them, the gameplay feels redundant, because so much of it is similar to what's come before. We wanted to require turret usage and reward strategic placement, but it was highly binary. Perfect placement made a fight easy, while poor placement made it very difficult. Tuning and custom soldier AI logic helped. Soldiers became better at toppling turrets by throwing grenades or flanking to knock them down. These changes made the fight less about a perfect setup and more about actively maintaining turrets, as any setup will be disrupted at some point. Playtests vary wildly, with some players finding it too hard and others calling it their favorite fight. Running out of time, we ultimately made it a bit easier and shipped it, though we were unsatisfied with the final balance.
There we go. That's what I want it here, and I want it here. I'm gonna go with the same layout I went with before. It worked. I barely had to do anything with it. And we're gonna cheese it a little bit by blocking this up, because that seemed to have worked. Because if they can't see... Apparently if they can't see, they can't shoot. So... it works surprisingly well, for some reason. Also, this is on easy, so I have nothing... Who's reciting that? It said the name at the start of the subtitles. It's one of the developers. Obviously, it's not a voice actor. Did I put some up there? Actually, I don't think I could have. Are they so dumb they're not gonna come down? This fight was a lot harder on hard, and I appreciated that. Like, it feels too easy now. Especially because I'm being cheeky and doing this. I am playing on easy because I've already played the game, so I'm just here to listen to the commentary mostly. Like, I don't need to play. Playing the game again is kind of just a side effect of wanting to listen to the commentary again. Like, I already played it on hard. I don't need to do it. I don't need to play it on hard while listening to the commentary. Would a YouTube video not suffice? Maybe, but I wanted to do it anyway, okay? Oh, was that my turret? Whoops. I may have just caused my own problem here. Yeah, exactly. Kirby's got it. It's more fun to, like, engage with it rather than just watch a video. I know that's ironic because I'm streaming it and therefore you guys are watching. It's essentially like you're the ones watching it and I'm the one playing it. But, like, I know that's ironic me saying that, but it does feel better to engage with it than to just watch it. But I know that's kind of like weird to say when I'm streaming it. You can, yeah, you can engage with it, understand what the devs were thinking on the, yeah, exactly. Especially when they show you, like, the perspective of, like, what they're talking about. Like, which they do on some of the nodes. Where are the rest of the people? Are they all behind there? They might be. They might be, the only ones left are the ones behind that box. There might be a bunch over there, and I just don't know it, because I blocked it up so good. I think at this point we're just waiting for Alex to show up. Where are they? Hello? People? I'm wondering if it won't proceed until everybody's dead, which might be a problem because, yeah, they are all back there. I blocked it up so good they can't even see anything, really. Like, there's the occasional pop shot, like... I could probably throw... Well, if it wasn't... Well, I might be able to flag a grenade back there, actually. Imagine if that was the last one and now Alex is gonna show... And it was the last guy!
Sorry to take so long, Gordon. Looks like you could have used some help. I won't leave you again, though. Now let's track down Mossman.
Oh, that's an interesting crab walk you're doing there.
Come on.
Alright, let's do this. Oh yeah, also, hello Kirby and Kobayashi. How are you both doing today? I was literally, commenting on, like, I was responding to what you were saying, Kirby, but I didn't actually, like, say hello to you.
Flares. This section is a nice counterpoint to the previous turret segment in terms of production and cost and iteration. Built very late, it came together quickly as the AI for Alex and the Carbine Soldier was already mature. We liked the darkness and flares and filed it away as something to explore further. Later, we revisited it when planning the dark sections in episode 1.
Oh yeah, those sections were nasty. You're playing some Path of Exile 2? Nice. How are you enjoying that game? Also, what kind of coffee did you have?
Come on.
Attention ground units. Mission failure will result in permanent off-world assignment. Code reminder. Sacrifice.
Great, another security station. Alright, Mossman, where are you? Ha! Found her. Got you now.
To sum it up briefly, the early game
Gordon. We don't want to keep
is
you waiting.
slow and difficult, but not in a fun way. Okay, so the opening of the game is kind of a slog, but once you get past the early game, it's fun. That's interesting. I don't know if I would. Maybe they'll work on that during early access.
Seal this door.
Meeting Mossman. Reuniting the player and Alex with Mossman after the betrayal scene was tricky. As many players felt, they should shoot Mossman on sight. We couldn't allow this, as we didn't have time to develop alternate story branches. However, we also didn't want to highlight that we were preventing this choice, so we aimed to reduce the likelihood of players trying it.
Were there a lot of playtesters trying to shoot her as soon as they saw her?
In which it becomes clear that Alex doesn't think shooting
Alright.
Mossman is the right thing to do.
I guess there were a lot. I guess so. Apparently they got so mad at her that it was on site.
Shut up and be glad you're still some use to us. We're going to reconfigure this teleport and get the hell out of here.
You see, we're working to the same end. I've already reprogrammed the modulator to emulate a Zen
I can't shoot her. The gun won't aim.
Work you stole. It's my work too. And
Not gonna bash the game forever for a first week and what I imagine will be a year. Yeah, exactly.
Look, Gordon,
A grenade? Oh, we tried that earlier in an earlier section with the rocket launcher. It will do nothing. They won't even be phased by it. The splash damage will do absolutely nothing.
I'll take care of that.
I'll just be wasting ammo.
Let's get going.
Yeah, it's tragic.
Oh my god. You've been working with this thing?
Until now. I did have a fairly good idea of what to expect.
I'll bet you did. It looks like it's waiting for us.
The Combine...
Why shoot when you could just delete entity? Yeah, I mean, if I want to cheat.
So you've warmed it up for us. Good. And just in time.
Mossman and Eli. This choreo scene required significant iteration. We wanted to deliver a plot twist in the middle of the scene while keeping player control unrestricted. It required a delicate balance to make that twist clear, yet still make sure that it was uninterruptible. If players followed Alex to the console, they needed to understand what was happening when they turned around. If they stayed back and watched Mossman, they needed to understand what was happening without feeling it was something that
Oh
they
yeah,
should try
there
to
is an
prevent.
error in the subtitles.
It required extensive tuning and playtesting to get the timing right. But ultimately, we employed a combination of distraction, delivering the crucial moment quickly, and then finally delivering an
That's
explanation after the
unfortunate.
event.
What's that? Hold on, gotta bring this back down.
They do make it. That is true.
No, stop! What are you doing?
How could you betray us, Mossman?
Sorry, Alex. It's the only way.
What's going on, Alex? Jonas! What's happening?
Dr. Kleiner, you have to stop them.
Stop who, my dear? I have no idea what's going on in the current situation. Yeah, I have to wait for the force field to come down. Alright. Same strategy as before, seemed to work pretty good. You put one here. Unless they have different spawn patterns per difficulty. This should work, I feel like, for the most part. Come on. One like here-ish? We'll be fine. I'm working on it. I mean, you could do it this way too. This kind of works. Hey. Ideally, you want to place them out of the line of fire. Yeah, well, that's kind of why this one's off to the side here. It doesn't work as well as it should, but... And it won't really work if, an enemy comes around the back of it like that happens. It's a mostly foolproof solution. That means this turret probably fell over. Yep. For the most part, the turrets can handle this on their own. I agree. Well. Stop picking up the turret! I want to pick up the grenade! Oh my good lord! Alright, this one got taken out. I just heard it. Oh no, it didn't. This one's right in their face and they... I don't... Okay.
Mossman and Eli. This choreo scene required significant iteration. We wanted to deliver a plot twist in the middle of the scene while keeping player control unrestricted. It required a delicate balance to make that twist clear, yet still make sure that it was uninterruptible. If players followed Alex to the console, they needed to understand what was happening when they turned around. If they stayed back and
yeah, I
watched
guess
Mossman,
they reiterate
they
the
needed to
point after
understand
the
what
end
was
of
happening
it.
without feeling it was something that they should try to prevent.
My God, we made it. But where's Dr. Kleiner? Dr. Kleiner, let us out!
Alex? Gordon?
Hi!
God, how did you get here? And when?
What's wrong?
My dear, I had given up hope of ever seeing you again.
I was afraid we might not make it either. I think the teleport exploded just as we were porting out.
Indeed, it did. And the repercussions were felt far and wide, but that was over a week ago.
What do you mean? Gordon and I were just there a minute ago.
Fascinating. We seem to have developed a very slow teleport. This suggests an entirely new line of investigation.
Not right.
A week?
A week, apparently.
Then what have we missed?
A great deal, my dear. The blow you struck at Nova Prospect was taken as a signal to begin the uprising.
But what about my father?
Well, that is most troubling. According to the Vortigaunts, he is a prisoner at the Citadel.
We've got to get my father out.
Barney has been leading a push with that very aim in mind. And another of your friends arrived several days ago.
Dog, you made it. Good boy.
So there, you see?
Wasn't this the room where my suit was?
Shared your optimism, Doctor.
Where did the suit machine go?
Doc, come in. Are you there? Hey, Doc, are you there?
Yes, Barney, and I'm no longer alone. Alex and Gordon have just arrived.
Well, man, that's good news. I almost gave you guys up for lost. We're planning to set up a staging area for attacking the Citadel.
Gordon and Dog can head your way. I want to get Dr. Kleiner somewhere safer. Then I'll meet up with you.
I'll take all the help I can get. Aw, crap! Incoming!
He sold it on eBay to fuel the teleporter? Yeah.
Okay, Gordon, you heard him.
Something like that.
I'll catch up with you as soon as I get Dr. Kleiner settled.
Just a minute. I can't leave without Lamar.
Is that a light?
Go on, Gordon. I'll take care.
Is that just an error? Don't look up, apparently.
Gordon, take care of yourself out there. Dr. Kleiner, there's really no...
There's only one Hetty. I'm amazed there weren't any nodes about it. I mean, I guess they don't need to talk about anything here, really. Probably here, yeah, I was about to say, probably here is when we're gonna get the next one. Because it's gonna talk about how... something about the squad leading mechanic, I would imagine.
Dog combat.
Or dog combat.
Dog is a really fun character, and we were always looking for ways to include him in combat alongside the player. However, getting the right scale of combat for him, meaning the appropriate environment, new enemy AI, and potentially even new enemies, quickly fell beyond the project's scope. To create a combat scenario that did justice to Dog and could stand up against the rest of the game, it almost felt like we'd be building a new game inside of the game. We knew he couldn't just run over to a soldier and throw a punch. He'd feel less impressive, without any sense of awe. He needed bigger threats to match his scale, along with interesting ways to interact with him. In the end, we chose to create a large choreographed scene, delivering on the cinematic goals for Dog in combat without incorporating extensive gameplay design.
Yeah, so it's all scripted, unfortunately. And the moments are kind of few and far between as well. Is that the G-Man with a bird on his shoulder? Are we going this way? Is that where we came? No, I guess that's where we're going. Oh, this is that same hallway from with the crate baby.
Citizen squads. Our early test of Combine versus Citizen street fights revealed an issue. Without boundaries, combat AI could drift significantly away from the player. Soldiers might retreat to reload and take cover, and Citizen AI would give chase. We needed a way to align the Citizen's actions more closely with the player's goals, keeping them aware of where the player was heading and which enemies the player wanted to engage. This led to the creation of a Citizen player squad. The Citizen AI used the squad to move with the player, engaging the same enemies and providing a basic interface for the player commands. We initially had a more complex command system, but it quickly became unwieldy.
Any of the
so
commands.
We scaled it back.
Like, it's hard to, like, because the commands are, it's so simple that it almost doesn't feel like it's worth using.
Once we'd established the Citizen player squad and started building scenarios around it, we found it created other interesting opportunities. Playtesters began to care about specific squad members, so we added more to their design. Squad members would pick up better weapons if they found them, pass the player ammo when needed, and medics would heal the player as necessary. We also had to ensure the squad could keep up with the player, who often took unpredictable paths. Off camera, the squad would cheat in various ways, regenerating health between fights, moving quickly to catch up, and even teleporting when necessary.
Ah, so they were like rubber banding to always be nearby.
Okay, Doc, you're in charge.
Where am I? What?
Sorry.
I'm trying to remember what the objective we're doing here is. Is this just a tutorial to use the squad commands? Because
you got it.
Like, I don't think it matters. Like, I'm not gonna. I can tell them to come over here. I'm not
Lead
gonna.
on, Freeman.
Okay.
Pardon me.
Follow me. Follow Freeman.
This still doesn't help me or tell me where I'm supposed to go anymore. Oh, down that way, probably. Is this where the
Watch out for the
This
hop!
corrugated
The
metal
hoppers.
panel was deliberately placed over the hull to encourage players to switch to the gravity gun and remove the obstruction. It's a bit of manipulation on our part because we found that training players on hopper mines worked much better if they immediately tried using the gravity gun on them, and the metal panel significantly increased the chance they'd have it ready. We placed multiple mines in the hull so players would have several opportunities to interact with them, increasing the chances they'd discover alternative ways of disposing of them. Furthermore, this is the first time we're doing training while the player has a whole squad of citizens with them, so we took advantage of that opportunity to include some dialogue lines concerning the hopper mines as well.
If you can get those hoppers up without setting them off, you can plant them wherever you want them.
Yeah, but I'm not that worried about it.
Aspire to greater things.
AI behaviors. One piece of AI technology we developed for Half-Life 2 was the behavior system. Behaviors were chunks of AI gameplay code that guided NPCs in specific situations. For example, we had a lead behavior that enabled an NPC to guide the player, and a follow behavior allowing an NPC to follow the player or another NPC. Behaviors worked alongside the NPC's base actions, so a medic squad mate using the follow behavior to keep up with the player would still know how to fire at enemies or dodge grenades or offer a med kit.
Oh fuck. Haha, there goes a dead citizen. Don't worry, I got it.
Watch out for the hoppers, they're everywhere.
Oh, these are unused, but I mean, that works surprisingly well. I mean, they kind of just work as better. Where's my? Are they not gonna come over? Oh, I'll let them cheat later. How about that?
Stabilization jurisdiction.
Like I said, I'm sure they'll catch up eventually. They're programmed to do that, apparently. Okay. This way. I guess the rest of my squad must have died off screen because there's only one of them left now. So instead of catching up, they got killed off screen. And now they're just gone entirely. That's not on me, okay?
Such a term were shameful. I ask you, what greater endeavor exists than that of collaboration? In our refusal to collaborate is simply a refusal to grow, an insistence on suicide, if you will. Did the lung fish refuse to breathe air? It crept forth boldly while its brethren remained in the blackest ocean abyss, with lidless eyes forever staring at the dark, ignorant and doomed despite their eternal vigilance. Would we model ourselves on the trilobite? Are all the accomplishments of humanity fated to be nothing more than a layer of broken plastic shards, thinly strewn across a fossil bed, sandwiched between the Burgess Shale and an eon's worth of mud? In order to be true to our nature and our destiny, we must aspire to greater things.
It's like the lungfish. He's talking about evolution. He's basically saying humanity needs to evolve, and this is, and working with the Combine is the evolution of humanity. It's like, is it? Is it though?
Lead on, Freeman. Dr. Freeman, we hoped for one more fighter to help storm that barricade. We never dreamed it would be you.
Who else would it be?
We were looking to join you, Dr. Freeman.
Well, let's go then. Is there anything else in this basement? Hold on. Oh, loot. Head crabs.
Hey, Freeman, you're not leaving without me.
I wasn't dreaming on it. If only we had Alex's multi-tool.
Sorry, Doc.
I was like, where is he?
Assault behavior. The most complex behavior we built for Half-Life 2 was the assault behavior, which is used throughout this section of the game. It allowed level designers to set up combat scenarios with Combine soldiers and citizens, establishing battle lines between them and controlling how those battles played out based on the player's action. NPCs involved in an assault would try to find smart firing positions and use cover based on the battle line's location. As the player advanced down a street, they might push the battle line forward, causing allied citizens to advance while enemy soldiers fell back. Alternatively, a player might
I need to go through
knock
here.
over some Combine turrets or take out a soldier behind a barricade to move the battle line forward.
That's the issue. I don't know how to force them to open the door. They're probably not going to at this point. Because I'm... Oh, balls. Okay, I see what to do. Go around, circumvent it. You're doing great. Oh no, from here we gotta go up there. Okay, hold on. You talking to me? I don't really need it, but okay.
Take this med kit. Sorry.
Again, don't really need it, but thank you.
Here, have a med kit.
I got one!
Unit Dallas, external jurisdiction 2.
Oh, we're going further down. Now, see, an interesting question I have is that I don't know if we won't get the answer to this run is if you fling a manhack at an enemy, does it count as the manhack killing it? Because there's an achievement for having a manhack kill enemies. But does flinging the manhack count as a manhack kill, or does it count as a physics kill? That's what we don't know. Oh, it was a zombie. And they got it. Wait, are we going... Wait. Is going up actually a way? Or is this just more loot? Right, this was the Lambda cache. How did I get that before? Oh, I don't need it.
Sorry.
Oh, did I? Oh, you were supposed to have seen that from this door? I didn't even look in there.
Follow me! You lead the way.
Ah, we're gonna talk about the tunnel section.
Cities. One of the trickier challenges in this section was figuring out how to give the player the sense of being in a sprawling city, when our performance budgets wouldn't allow us to render anything like one. This led us to focusing on tightly packed tenements, underground garages, subway tunnels, culverts, and the like. All places that are in cities, but generally prevent being able to see the horizon. We then supplemented that style of level design with vista locations, where the whole space is dedicated to providing an expansive view to the player. In those, we could devote our entire performance budget to the view, and not have to save any of it for enemy AI or combat.
Ah! Are you supposed to, like, keep moving on? Yeah, probably. Ah, you go around here. That's what it was. And then to get that, you kind of did this, kind of. And then I like to like open the gate like they're panicking, like they're about to die, but I think we dealt with them all already.
Cover me while I reload.
Okay, except for this section. Boom, boom, check the boom, 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 boom.
Here, have an edge.
I don't need it, but okay.
Gordon Freeman? It is you, isn't it? Hey, give me a minute.
In the hazard suit. Alright, we're gonna want to move back.
I'm sick of you.
Okay, if you want to die.
Over here.
Alright, fine. Ow! It's an interesting question. I'm not sure I'll have the answer to that. I definitely won't in this playthrough because we're not tracking achievements.
Let's go! Let's even the odds.
Oh, he blew it up. I was like, okay.
That door's locked from the other side, Dr. Freeman. Maybe you can find a way around.
Oh yeah, this is the frickin' section with the
Looks nasty in there. Good
hazardous
thing you got that
radiation, if I recall. The radioactive goop section. I'm amazed we don't have a comment about the radioactive goop. I guess this is essentially just another floor is lava section. How speedrunners do these parts? Probably by avoiding it, would be my guess. How does that make that out of point? Oh my god, really? Can serve the spool by grab gunning it while you're standing on it? Technically, you can't do that. There's a way to prop fly. I don't remember what to do exactly. Alright, well, we'll just do that. Oh, come on now. You can technically prop fly, but yeah, like I said, it's kind of a little difficult. And some props work a lot better than others at it. Oh my, really? I'm about to die, thanks. Yeah, you have to do all of this to come back over here to unlock the door for this.
Hey, it's me. Open the door. I see you made it through okay. Figured you would.
Are you the only one left? I was about to say, where's the rest of the damn squad? I was about to say, where was the rest of the damn squad? You should have all been here.
Here, patch yourself up.
Okay, now get out of my way.
They're shelling the hell out of us. Keep moving, Dr. Freeman. Send word you're coming. See you up ahead.
All right. It's been a while since we've had a commentary node. I guess they don't have anything else to add to the... There we go!
We used a lot of small tricks and built various features to give players the impression of a city at war, with much of the work aimed at providing glimpses of skirmishes or the sounds of distant fighting. Look targets help make something happen every time a player looked through a window, while tools like tracer markers allowed designers to create fake tracer fire between 2 points. Paired with audio tools, this made it seem like 2 groups of enemies were exchanging fire without the need to run any AI. We also developed small storylines for groups of citizens the player would glimpse multiple times while progressing through a level. All these moments were fine-tuned through playtests to ensure as many players as possible would experience them.
Yeah. It's little details like that that really nail it.
When is it all going to end?
Don't worry.
Please.
It's all right.
Okay. Where are we going? Where are we going from here?
I'm coming with you.
Okay, but where are we going? Oh, I had to wait for that to open.
Yeah.
Yeah! What is that supposed to mean? Help, I'm dying! Uh-oh.
You got it, Doc.
Follow me. Whatever you say.
Lead on, Freeman.
Sorry.
Oh, drop down the hole. Shoot the guy in his feet, not his face. You know, that makes sense.
Take this med kit. This way, gang.
Come on, everybody.
Sorry, Freeman.
Oh my god.
When is it all going to end?
Who are you firing at? The people up there? Does he die anyway? Like, it just happens regardless?
One for me and one for me.
That's kind of unfortunate, if you think about it. He doesn't even get a chance.
Sorry, Freeman.
Okay, let's not get crushed by the bridge this time.
Okay, come across.
I can't believe that actually happened. Holy fuck! I forgot about that guy. He's on fire. I don't think we need to do anything about him. I mean, you can do it, but I'm not going to. Was that kind of a waste? Yes. Oh, that's where we came from. Right, we had to go around to do that. Accidental, but it works. I can't shoot, apparently. Oh, hi!
It's Freeman! Let's follow him!
I almost hit you guys. That'd have been bad. That's the one. Ow, the fire! Ow, the fire! Looks like I should be using this gun. Oh, I had a squad. I mean, it doesn't matter. There we go. Oh, the fire. I think we're going. Okay. Oh, this is not the exit? Was this the exit up here then? Or is this where we came from? Oh, if it's loading, then that means it's probably the exit. Why would you have that feeling?
Now we can join up with Barney. There's a command center downstairs. I'm hoping to find information about generator locations. Ready? Let's go.
Damn, she killed a lot of people. Holy crap.
Pardon me.
Might be back to shotgun time. Close quarters, shotgun makes sense.
Okay, this is it. You take that door.
I did it!
Well, we're in luck. There's a generator in the square outside. We're trying to disable as many as we can to loosen the Combine's grip on this sector. It'll take me a few minutes to expose the core, then I'll need you to hit it with a burst from the gravity gun. In the meantime, watch my back.
We were looking to join you, Dr. Freeman.
Where did you people come from?
One for me
go.
and one for me.
Ah, this is the... okay.
Excuse me, Gordon.
Oh, and we get finally another node. Okay. Oh, hi.
Triangle Plaza. This plaza battle was a complex setup using the assault behavior with two converging battle lines, one for each force field. As the soldiers enter from behind the fields, their battle lines prevent them from individually rushing into the plaza. As the fight escalates and the soldiers build up, the battle lines start to move towards the center of the plaza, which will cause the soldiers to overwhelm the player if they're not repelled.
Oh, so that's why that happened. Because it's designed to make that happen. I see. You people stay with Alex, I'd say, maybe.
Cover me while I reload!
No, I'm having great time. Ha! Ha! You guys went into that on your own. I had nothing to do with that. That's funny. I thought I told you people to stay here.
I'm gonna stay and hold down this spot.
Like, you just stay there and hold the fort with Alex. Hi Bugs, I'm doing alright. How about yourself? You doing good? Alright, that means I think we're about halfway through this fight, if that's the external shield.
Cover me while I reload.
Inner shields are coming down.
I think that means we're almost done. I thought you said that was it. Oh, I gotta come in. I'm dumb, right? No. Oh, now it's exposed. Okay, now we can do it. What the hell am I doing with that? Alright, that means I gotta go.
Okay, Barney should be on the far side of that canal. Well, there used to be a bridge here. Let me see if I can scout a new path. Ah, wait for me here.
Man, I'm like out of everything. That sucks, kind of.
Hey! Looks like we might be able to get through down there. Let's head that way. Ah, no!
And by we, she means me.
Run! Get out of here!
Okay. Boy, did I need that. I needed that. You know what? That seems like a good... I was trying to end up... Like, when I knew we were in the City War section, I was trying to get to this point, and because I felt like after that final battle in the plaza is a kind of a good point to cut it, I think. So that's what I'm gonna do.